Preface: a note about the author. Before you begin this audiobook, there is something I should tell you. Felix Grayson is not my real name. It is a pen name I have used as an author for years. Under that name, I have written and published books on subjects ranging from personal development and human performance to history, science, sports, and countless other topics that have interested me along the way. For most of those books, who I am has never really mattered. The ideas mattered. The information mattered. The reader mattered. I was perfectly comfortable allowing Felix Grayson to remain the name on the cover while I stayed quietly behind it. This audiobook is different. This is not a story about something I researched. It is not a collection of ideas, principles, lessons, or interesting facts. This happened. And it happened to my mother. My real name is Joseph Mark Lalonde. Most people who know me personally simply call me Mark. I am the son whose voice you are about to hear throughout this story, and Francine Lalonde is my mother. For nearly 8 months, I watched what began as a routine hip replacement become something neither of us could possibly have imagined. I was there for the surgeries, the emergency calls, the hospital rooms, the intensive care units, the infections, the transfers, the rehabilitation facilities, the frightening phone calls, the encouraging ones, the setbacks, the moments when we thought we were finally moving forward, only to discover that something else had gone wrong. Along the way, I became much more than the son who visited his mother in the hospital. I became her advocate, her researcher, her organizer, her transportation companion, her second set of ears, her historian, and eventually, the person trying desperately to make sure that everyone involved in her care understood the same story. That last part became far more important than I ever expected. As the months passed, I began documenting what was happening in extraordinary detail. Initially, I wasn't writing a book. I was creating a case history. There were too many hospitals, too many doctors, too many nurses, too many facilities, too many appointments, too many conversations, and too many moments when one person involved in my mother's care seemed to know only a small piece of what another person already knew. I realized that if somebody was going to maintain the complete picture, it was going to have to be me. So I started writing everything down: dates, names, procedures, conversations, observations, decisions, what happened next, and what happened after that. Eventually, those records became the story you are about to hear. That is one reason this audiobook may feel different from a traditional memoir. Much of it was not reconstructed years later from distant memories. It was documented while we were living it. The dates became chapters because the dates mattered. December became January. January became February. February became March. And the routine surgery that was supposed to mark the beginning of my mother's recovery became an 8-month journey neither of us had planned to take. When I eventually realized that there was a book inside those records, I faced an unusual decision. Do I continue hiding behind Felix Grayson? For the first time, the answer didn't feel right. I could put a pen name on the cover, but I couldn't ask you to walk beside my mother and me through one of the most personal experiences of our lives while pretending that the person telling you the story wasn't real. So for this story, I am pulling back the curtain. Felix Grayson is still the author name on the cover. It is still a name I'm proud of, and one I expect to continue writing under for many years. But every once in a while, a story may come along that requires me to step out from behind that name. This is one of those stories. There is one other thing I want you to understand before we begin. This audiobook is not an attack on doctors, nurses, hospitals, rehabilitation facilities, or the healthcare system. Throughout this journey, my mother encountered extraordinary people who helped her, cared for her, encouraged her, and at times quite literally fought to keep her alive. She also encountered a complicated system in which communication was not always what it needed to be, information did not always follow the patient, and the people making decisions sometimes had only a snapshot of a story that had been unfolding for months. I learned that advocating for someone you love does not necessarily mean fighting against the people caring for them. Sometimes it means helping everyone see the same picture. Sometimes it means asking another question. Sometimes it means making another phone call. Sometimes it means trusting the professionals. And sometimes it means respectfully refusing to ignore what your own eyes are telling you. I am not a doctor. I am not a nurse. I am not a physiotherapist. I am a son. A son who happened to be standing beside his mother when a routine medical procedure became anything but routine. Everything that follows is told from that perspective. There are medical professionals in this story, but this is not their memoir. There are hospitals and care facilities in this story, but this is not their institutional record. This is what I saw, what I heard, what I documented, what I understood at the time, what frightened me, what gave me hope, what I questioned, and what I did next. My hope is that you will listen to it not simply as the story of one mother and one son, but perhaps as something that could happen to any family. Because somewhere every day somebody walks into a hospital expecting something routine. We did too. My mother walked into the hospital on December 11th, 2025, and that is where our story begins. Joseph Mark Lalonde, writing as Felix Grayson. Introduction. If you had met my mother before December 11th, 2025, you would not have met the woman you are about to encounter throughout much of this story. You would have met Francine, my mom, an 80-year-old woman who was independent, mentally sharp, stubborn in the way mothers are allowed to be stubborn, and perfectly capable of telling me when she thought I was wrong. Which happened often enough. She had aches and pains, of course. At 80, you earn a few. Her right hip had become one of them. Over time, the pain and deterioration had reached the point where something needed to be done. A total hip replacement was recommended. And although any surgery carries risk, there was nothing about the situation that suggested our lives were about to change. Quite the opposite. Hip replacements are performed every day. People have them, recover, do their physiotherapy, regain their mobility, and get on with their lives. That was the plan. Fix the hip, recover, move forward. Simple. At least that is how I understood it. Looking back now, one of the strangest things about December 11th is how ordinary it felt. There was no sense that we were standing at the beginning of something enormous. No dramatic warning, no instinct telling me to memorize the moment, no voice in my head saying, pay attention. Because life is about to divide itself into before this day and after it. It was surgery day, that was all. And I approached it the way most sons probably would. Get mom to the hospital, make sure she has what she needs, wait. Get her home, help her recover. I had no reason to imagine that over the months ahead I would learn terminology I had never needed before. Prosthetic joint infection, debridement, revision surgery, antibiotic spacers, aspiration, synovial biopsy, transitional care, convalescence. I had no reason to imagine intensive care units, emergency calls, hospital transfers, canceled appointments, specialists, infectious disease teams, physiotherapists, social workers, home care coordinators, medical transportation, or meetings around boardroom tables discussing where my mother would go next. I certainly had no reason to believe that I would eventually create a detailed case history simply because the story had become too complicated for any one person involved in her care to know all of it. None of that existed yet. There was just mom. There was just me. And there was a hip that needed replacing. Perhaps that is part of what makes experiences like this so unsettling. Life rarely announces the moments that will change it. Sometimes there is no countdown. There is no soundtrack. There is no warning that you are experiencing the last ordinary morning before everything becomes different. You simply wake up and live the day in front of you. Only later do you understand where the dividing line was. For us, that line was December 11th, 2025, What followed would test my mother physically in ways I still struggle to comprehend. It would test me differently. There were moments when I trusted completely, moments when I questioned everything, moments when I was terrified, moments when I was furious, moments when a few encouraging words from a doctor felt like somebody had turned the lights back on, and moments when a single sentence made the floor disappear beneath me. Over time, I also learned something about being the adult child of an aging parent. At some point, almost without noticing it, the roles begin to shift. The person who spent your life worrying about whether you were safe becomes the person whose safety keeps you awake at night. The person who once made decisions for you begins looking toward you when decisions need to be made. You start asking questions you never imagined asking. You start noticing things you once assumed somebody else was noticing. You learn that being present is not the same as being involved. And you learn that loving someone sometimes requires becoming much louder, more organized, and more persistent than you ever expected to be. Not aggressive, not unreasonable, just impossible to overlook. I did not understand any of that on December 11th. I was simply taking my mother for a hip replacement. And perhaps if I had known what was coming, I would have been terrified. Maybe it was better that I didn't. Because the journey you are about to hear did not happen all at once. It happened one day at a time, one decision at a time, one phone call at a time, one hospital room at a time, one small victory at a time, and sometimes one devastating setback at a time. That is why I have chosen to leave the story largely in the form in which it was originally documented. The dates remain. The chronology remains, the uncertainty remains. When I wrote many of these events down, I didn't know what would happen next. I think that matters, because neither will you. You will know what I knew when I knew it. You will experience the encouraging moments before we knew whether they would last. You will encounter the setbacks without knowing what they would lead to. And you will follow as a routine hip replacement slowly becomes something neither my mother nor I could ever have anticipated. There are things I know now that I wish I had known then. There are questions I would ask sooner. There are instincts I would trust faster. There are moments I would handle differently. But I have deliberately resisted retelling the journey through the comfort of hindsight. Because this is not the story of what I know now. It is the story of what happened then. And on the morning of December 11th, 2025, I knew only one thing. My mother needed a new hip. She walked into the hospital expecting to get one. So did I. December 11th, 2025. A routine right hip replacement. On December 11th, 2025, my mother, Francine Lalonde, underwent a scheduled right total hip replacement at Queensway Carleton Hospital in Ottawa, Ontario. At the time, Francine was 80 years old. Despite her age, she was mentally sharp, independent, and enjoying life. Like many seniors, she had been experiencing increasing difficulties related to her hip, and the decision was made to proceed with a hip replacement in the hope of improving her mobility, comfort, and overall quality of life. The surgery was performed by Dr. Andrew Keynes, an orthopedic surgeon specializing in arthroplasty and trauma. Based on the information available to us before the procedure, this was considered a routine surgery with a very high success rate. At no point did we have any reason to believe that the operation would lead to the lengthy and life-threatening medical journey that would follow. The procedure itself appeared to be successful. Following surgery, my mother was discharged from the hospital the same day and returned home. This appeared to be standard practice and was not presented to us as unusual or concerning. In fact, her discharge reinforced our belief that the surgery had gone well and that she was beginning a normal recovery process. From that day forward, I became her primary caregiver. I live with my mother, and I took responsibility for assisting her with her recovery at home. This included helping her move around safely, monitoring her condition, assisting with daily activities when needed, and ensuring that her rehabilitation plan was followed as instructed. At this stage, everything appeared to be progressing normally. Neither my mother nor I had any indication that an infection had been introduced during the surgery, nor that a serious medical complication was developing beneath the surface. We believed we were beginning what would be a typical recovery from a routine hip replacement procedure. Looking back, this day would ultimately become the starting point of a medical journey that neither of us could have anticipated. What began as a common orthopedic procedure intended to improve my mother's quality of life would eventually lead to multiple surgeries, months of hospitalization, extensive rehabilitation, and a prolonged battle against infection. However, on December 11th, 2025, none of that was known. As far as we were concerned, the surgery had been successful and my mother's recovery had begun. December 11th to December 22nd, 2025. Early recovery at home. Following her discharge from Queensway Carleton Hospital on December 11th, 2025, my mother returned home to begin what we believed would be a normal recovery from her right total hip replacement. Like many patients undergoing hip replacement surgery, she was expected to experience discomfort, reduced mobility, fatigue, and the various challenges that accompany the early stages of rehabilitation. None of these things concerned us. In fact, we expected them. Everything we had been told suggested that recovery would require patience, persistence, and time. Because I live with my mother, I became her primary caregiver from the moment she returned home. Over the days that followed, I assisted her with her daily needs and helped her follow the rehabilitation program provided by the hospital. We took the recovery process seriously and followed the instructions we had been given. The physiotherapy exercises were performed as directed, and I did my best to ensure she recovered safely and comfortably. During this period, there were no obvious signs that a serious complication was developing. There was no indication that an infection was present. There were no warnings from the hospital suggesting that anything was out of the ordinary. As far as we knew, my mother's recovery was proceeding exactly as expected. Looking back now, that period feels particularly significant. In hindsight, it was likely during these early days that the infection, which would later be discovered, was already present and beginning to develop. However, at the time, neither my mother nor I had any reason to suspect such a possibility. Instead, our focus was entirely on recovery. Each day was spent helping her regain strength, improve mobility, and move closer to returning to her normal life. We celebrated the small victories that often accompany rehabilitation. Every exercise completed, every step taken, and every sign of progress reinforced our belief that the surgery had been successful. As her son, I was optimistic. The procedure had gone well. She had been discharged the same day. The medical professionals involved appeared satisfied with her progress. Nothing suggested that we were facing anything more serious than the normal challenges associated with recovering from a major orthopedic procedure. Those 12 days passed with a sense of cautious confidence. We believed we were moving forward. Neither of us knew that the most difficult part of this journey had not yet begun. December 22nd, 2025, stitches removed and recovery cleared. 11 days after her right total hip replacement surgery, my mother returned to Queensway Carleton Hospital for what was expected to be a routine follow-up appointment. The purpose of the visit was straightforward. Her surgical stitches were scheduled to be removed, and the medical team would assess how her recovery was progressing. The appointment was conducted by Dr. Andrew Keynes, the same surgeon who had performed the original hip replacement procedure on December 11th. At the time, there was every reason to believe the visit would simply confirm what we had already observed at home, that my mother appeared to be recovering normally. During the appointment, Dr. Keynes examined the surgical site and removed the stitches. The wound was inspected and evaluated as part of the standard post-operative assessment. Most importantly, my mother was cleared. We were informed that her recovery appeared to be progressing well, and the healing process was documented as smooth and uneventful. No concerns were raised regarding the surgical incision, and no signs of infection were communicated to us. From our perspective, this appointment provided reassurance. Not only had the surgery itself appeared successful, but now the surgeon who performed it had personally examined the wound and confirmed that everything looked good. Naturally, this reinforced our confidence that my mother was on the right path. As a son caring for his mother at home, this was exactly the news I had hoped to hear. The previous 11 days had been focused on helping her recover, monitoring her condition, and ensuring that her rehabilitation plan was followed. Receiving positive feedback from the surgeon felt like confirmation that our efforts were paying off and that the difficult part of the recovery process was behind us. There was no discussion of infection. There was no indication that any hidden complication might be developing beneath the surface. There was no recommendation for additional testing or investigation. To the best of our knowledge, the surgery had been successful, the wound was healing appropriately, and my mother's recovery was progressing as expected. Looking back, this appointment would later take on a much different significance. Within days, my mother's health would begin to deteriorate in ways that neither of us could explain. Eventually, doctors would discover a serious internal infection associated with the operated hip. At the time of this appointment, however, that infection had not yet been identified. What remains important about December 22nd is that my mother was personally examined by the surgeon who performed the operation. Her stitches were removed and she was formally cleared as recovering well. When we left the hospital that day, we believed we had received confirmation that everything was going according to plan. Neither of us had any reason to think otherwise. December 26th, 2025, the bathroom fall. Only 4 days after my mother's follow-up appointment, where her stitches had been removed and her recovery had been cleared as progressing normally, the first truly alarming event occurred. On December 26, 2025, my mother was at home carrying out a simple everyday task. She had gone into the bathroom and was washing her hands when she suddenly became dizzy. Without warning, she began to lose consciousness. Fortunately, this was not a sudden collapse. She did not fall violently or strike her head. Instead, she slowly sank to the floor as her strength and awareness faded. Even so, she was unable to get back up on her own. From another room in the house, I heard her calling for help. I immediately rushed to her side. When I reached the bathroom, I found her on the floor, unable to stand. At that moment, I did not know what had happened. I did not know whether she had suffered a medical event, experienced a complication from surgery, or simply become lightheaded. What I did know was that she needed help. I carefully assisted her from the floor and slowly helped her back to her bed. Given her recent hip surgery, I was extremely cautious during the process. My concern was not only for her immediate condition, but also for protecting the newly operated hip from any additional injury. Once she was safely back in bed, I hoped the incident was an isolated event. At the time, there appeared to be several possible explanations. Recovery from major surgery can be physically demanding. Reduced mobility, changes in routine, pain medication, fatigue, dehydration, or even standing up too quickly can sometimes cause dizziness. Because of this, the event was concerning, but it did not yet appear catastrophic. What neither of us knew was that this fall would ultimately become the first visible warning sign of a much larger problem. In the weeks that followed, doctors would eventually determine that a serious infection had developed in the operated hip and had spread into my mother's bloodstream. Later medical discussions would indicate that the infection was the most likely explanation for the dizziness, weakness, and collapse she experienced that day. Of course, none of that was known on December 26th. At the time, all we knew was that my mother, who had recently been cleared by her surgeon and appeared to be recovering normally, had suddenly become dizzy, partially lost consciousness, and collapsed to the bathroom floor. As unsettling as the event was, neither of us could have imagined that it marked the beginning of a rapid and frightening decline in her health. What seemed like a single unexpected incident would soon prove to be the first chapter in a much larger medical crisis. December 26th to December 30th, 2025, a sudden and alarming decline. In the days following my mother's collapse in the bathroom on December 26th, her condition began to change in ways that neither of us could explain. At first, I hoped that the dizziness and fall had been an isolated incident. She had recently undergone major surgery, and I assumed that her body was still recovering from the physical stress of the procedure. However, as the days passed, it became increasingly clear that something was wrong. Rather than improving, my mother's health began to deteriorate. One of the first things I noticed was a change in her speech. She began having difficulty articulating words. Her speech became slower and increasingly slurred. At times, it was difficult to understand what she was trying to say. This was particularly concerning because she had always been mentally sharp and an excellent communicator. Seeing such a noticeable change over a short period of time immediately raised alarm bells for me. At the same time, her appetite began to disappear. The woman who had recently been focused on recovering from surgery now showed very little interest in eating. Encouraging her to consume food became increasingly difficult. Her energy levels dropped and she appeared weaker with each passing day. As her condition continued to decline, new challenges emerged. She began losing control of her bodily functions and started soiling herself. Recognizing that this was no longer an occasional issue but an ongoing reality, I purchased adult diapers and began providing the additional care that was now required. During this period, my role shifted from helping with post-surgical recovery to providing increasingly intensive caregiving. I monitored her constantly. I helped keep her clean and comfortable. I encouraged her to eat. I made sure she remained hydrated as best I could. I watched closely for signs that things might begin turning around. Unfortunately, they did not. Each day seemed slightly worse than the one before. Her mobility continued to decline. Her weakness became more noticeable. Her speech continued to deteriorate. The confidence and optimism we had felt only days earlier after receiving medical clearance began to disappear, replaced by growing concern and uncertainty. What made the situation especially difficult was that none of it made sense. Just days earlier, my mother had been examined by her surgeon, had her stitches removed, and had been told that her recovery was progressing well. There had been no indication that a serious complication was developing. Yet here she was, becoming progressively weaker, struggling to communicate, barely eating, and requiring significantly more care with each passing day. As her son, I found myself increasingly worried but still searching for a logical explanation. I wanted to believe that she was simply experiencing a difficult recovery. I wanted to believe that rest, nutrition, and time would help her regain her strength. Instead, I watched as her condition continued to decline. By the end of December, the situation had become impossible to ignore. The woman who had entered surgery expecting an improved quality of life was now becoming progressively weaker, more dependent, and increasingly unwell. I knew she needed medical attention. The question was no longer whether something was wrong. The question was how serious it had become. That answer would begin to emerge on December 30th, when I made the decision to call 911 and bring her back to the hospital. December 30th, 2025, the first emergency visit. By December 30th, 2025, I had reached the point where I could no longer explain away my mother's declining condition as a difficult recovery from surgery. Over the previous several days, I had watched her become progressively weaker. Her speech had become noticeably slurred. Her appetite had nearly disappeared. She was increasingly dependent on me for care, and the overall trajectory of her health was moving in the wrong direction. As her son and primary caregiver, I was deeply concerned. Although I did not yet know what was causing her symptoms, I knew that something was wrong. That morning, I made the decision to call 911. Paramedics arrived at our home and transported my mother to emergency for an urgent medical assessment. My hope was simple, that the doctors would identify what was happening, provide treatment, and help get her recovery back on track. Given that she had undergone a hip replacement less than 3 weeks earlier, I was particularly concerned that her symptoms might somehow be connected to the surgery. At the hospital, my mother underwent an evaluation, including another examination of the surgical site. Once again, the wound was inspected. Once again, we were told that it appeared to be healing well. No concerns regarding the surgical incision were communicated to us. No infection was identified. No issue with the operated hip was raised as a likely cause of her symptoms. Instead, we were informed that her condition was most likely related to dehydration and malnutrition. The explanation seemed plausible at the time. After all, her appetite had declined significantly in the days following her fall, and she had been eating very little. The doctors believed that poor nutritional intake and dehydration may have contributed to her weakness, dizziness, and overall decline. Based on that assessment, my mother was discharged from the hospital the same day. She was provided with new prescriptions, which I picked up on the way home. Although I was still concerned, I felt some reassurance from the fact that she had been examined by medical professionals. If there had been a serious complication from the surgery, I assumed it would have been discovered during the assessment. When we returned home, I helped settle her back into bed so she could rest. At that moment, I genuinely believed we had found an explanation for what had been happening. I hoped that with proper hydration, nutrition, rest, and the newly prescribed medications, she would begin to recover. Looking back, this visit would later become one of the most significant moments in the entire timeline. By this point, the infection that would eventually be discovered was already present inside the operated hip. However, despite a second examination of the surgical area and a second medical assessment following her surgery, the underlying infection remained undetected. Of course, that was not something we knew on December 30th. What we knew was that my mother had been assessed, the surgical wound had once again been cleared, and we had been given a medical explanation that appeared to fit the symptoms we were seeing. With that reassurance, we returned home and continued caring for her. Unfortunately, the days that followed would reveal that the real problem had not yet been found. December 31st, 2025 to January 5th, 2026, bedridden and getting worse. After returning home from the emergency department on December 30th, I hoped that my mother's recovery would finally begin moving in the right direction. The explanation we had been given seemed reasonable. If dehydration and malnutrition were responsible for her symptoms, then perhaps the solution was simply a matter of rest, hydration, proper nutrition, and time. Unfortunately, that is not what happened. As the new year began, my mother's condition continued to deteriorate. Despite the medical assessment, despite the prescriptions, and despite my efforts to care for her at home, she showed no meaningful signs of improvement. In fact, many of the symptoms that had prompted the emergency visit continued to worsen. Her mobility declined further. By this point, she was largely confined to her bed. Getting up and moving around became increasingly difficult, and much of her day was now spent lying down. The woman who had entered surgery hoping to regain mobility and independence was now becoming progressively less mobile with each passing day. Her speech also continued to deteriorate. The slurring that had first appeared after the bathroom fall became more pronounced. Conversations became increasingly difficult. At times, understanding her required concentration and patience. For someone who had always been articulate and mentally sharp, the change was striking. As the days passed, my concern began to shift. Initially, I had worried about her recovery from surgery. Now I was beginning to worry about something much more serious. The severity of her speech changes, combined with her growing weakness and inability to get out of bed, caused me to wonder whether she might be experiencing some form of neurological event. I began thinking about the possibility of a stroke. While I had no medical training, I knew enough to recognize that slurred speech is often associated with serious neurological conditions. Watching those symptoms worsen day after day, while seeing her become increasingly bedridden, was frightening. At the same time, she continued to eat very little. Her energy remained low. She appeared exhausted. The overall picture was one of a person who was steadily losing strength rather than regaining it. Throughout this period, I continued providing care as best I could. I monitored her condition closely. I helped with feeding and hydration. I assisted with hygiene and personal care. I tried to keep her comfortable while hoping that each new day would bring some sign of improvement. Instead, each day seemed to bring new reasons for concern. Perhaps the most difficult aspect of this period was the uncertainty. We still did not know what was causing her decline. She had undergone surgery. She had attended a successful follow-up appointment. She had been assessed in emergency. The surgical wound had been examined multiple times and cleared, yet her condition continued to worsen. Nothing about the situation made sense. By the first week of January, it had become clear to me that caring for her at home was no longer enough. Whatever was happening was beyond my ability to manage. I needed answers. More importantly, my mother needed help. On January 6, 2026, I made the decision to call 911 for a second time. Unlike the first call, this one was made with a very different objective. I was no longer looking for reassurance. I was looking for answers. January 6, 2026, the second 911 call in stroke concerns. By the morning of January 6, 2026, it was clear that my mother's condition had reached a point where she needed immediate medical attention. Over the previous week, I had watched her become progressively weaker, increasingly bedridden, and far less capable of caring for herself. Most concerning of all was the continued deterioration of her speech. What had started as occasional slurring had evolved into something much more pronounced and difficult to ignore. At this point, I was no longer thinking primarily about her hip surgery. I was thinking about survival. The symptoms I was seeing no longer resembled what I would consider a difficult recovery from a routine orthopedic procedure. Something much more serious appeared to be happening. That morning, I made the decision to call 911 for the second time. Unlike the first emergency call on December 30th, my objective had changed significantly. During the first visit, I hoped doctors would identify a relatively straightforward issue and send her home with a treatment plan that would get her recovery back on track. Now, my goal was different. I wanted my mother admitted to the hospital. I wanted doctors to keep her there until they identified the cause of her decline and restored her health to the point where she could safely return home. By this stage, I knew that continuing to manage the situation at home without answers was no longer realistic. When the paramedics arrived, they conducted their assessment and immediately took notice of her symptoms. In particular, her speech and overall presentation raised concerns about a possible neurological event. Based on what they observed, they informed me that there appeared to be stroke-like symptoms and that they would transport her to the Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus for further evaluation. The decision made sense. The Civic Campus is well known for its expertise in cardiac and neurological care, making it the appropriate destination if a stroke was suspected. As they prepared my mother for transport, I found myself experiencing a mix of fear, uncertainty, and cautious optimism. Fear because I knew something serious was happening. Uncertainty because I still had no explanation for the rapid decline that had unfolded over the previous 10 days. Yet there was also a degree of optimism. For the first time since her condition began deteriorating, I felt that we might finally get answers. If this was a stroke, perhaps it could be identified and treated. If it was something else, perhaps the hospital would finally uncover the root cause. What I did not know at the time was that the paramedics' initial suspicion of a stroke would ultimately prove incorrect. The real problem was something neither they nor I had yet identified. As my mother was transported to the Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus on January 6th, we entered the next chapter of this journey. It would be there, over the course of the next several days, that doctors would finally discover the hidden infection that had been silently spreading inside her body since her hip replacement surgery. For the first time since this ordeal began, we were about to get an answer. Unfortunately, that answer would reveal a far more serious situation than either of us had imagined. January 6th to January 8th, 2026. Stroke ruled out. Infection discovered. When my mother arrived at the Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus on January 6, 2026, the primary concern was the possibility that she had suffered a stroke. Given her symptoms, particularly her severely slurred speech, weakness, declining mobility, and overall deterioration, the concern was understandable. In many respects, the situation appeared consistent with what one might expect from a serious neurological event. As frightening as that possibility was, there was at least some comfort in knowing that she was finally in a hospital environment where extensive testing could be performed and specialists could investigate what was happening. Over the next 2 days, doctors conducted numerous tests. Throughout this period, I remained by my mother's side. Like everyone else involved, I was waiting for answers. The uncertainty that had been building for nearly 2 weeks had reached a point where a diagnosis was desperately needed. We knew something was seriously wrong. What we did not know was what that something was. Eventually, the results began to come back. The first piece of news was both surprising and reassuring. My mother had not suffered a stroke. The doctors informed us that the testing had ruled out the neurological event that everyone had initially feared. For a brief moment, this felt like a major victory. The possibility of permanent neurological damage had been removed from the equation, but that relief was quickly replaced by a new and unexpected reality. While investigating the cause of her symptoms, the medical team had discovered a serious internal infection associated with the operated hip. This was the first time anyone had identified the true source of the problem. The infection was not visible from the outside. Despite the previous follow-up appointment, despite the removal of the stitches, despite multiple examinations of the surgical wound, and despite the emergency department visit on December 30th, the infection had remained hidden. Now, however, it had finally been found. For the first time since my mother's decline began, there was an explanation that tied everything together. The dizziness, the collapse in the bathroom, the loss of appetite, the weakness, the slurred speech, the rapid decline in her overall condition. The pieces finally started to make sense. Doctors informed us that the infection was serious and required immediate surgical intervention. At that point, the focus shifted completely. The concern was no longer a stroke. The concern was an infected hip replacement and the potentially dangerous consequences that could result if the infection continued to spread. Plans were quickly put into motion. The decision was made to transfer my mother back to Queensway Carleton Hospital, where her original surgery had been performed. There, Dr. Andrew Keynes would once again become directly involved in her care. The goal was clear. The infection had to be addressed surgically and without delay. Although the diagnosis was frightening, it also brought something we had been searching for since late December: an answer. For nearly 2 weeks, we had watched my mother's health deteriorate without understanding why. Now we finally knew. Unfortunately, discovering the infection was only the beginning. The next challenge would be trying to stop it, and that battle would prove to be far more difficult than anyone initially expected. January 9th, 2026. The first revision surgery. By January 9th, 2026, the situation had become both urgent and serious. The infection that had finally been discovered at the Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus was no longer a suspected cause of my mother's decline. It had been identified as the source of the crisis, and the medical team now faced the difficult task of trying to stop it before it caused further damage. Following the diagnosis, my mother had been transferred back to Queensway Carleton Hospital, where her original hip replacement had been performed less than a month earlier. There, Dr. Andrew Keynes met with us to discuss the next steps. The plan was aggressive, but necessary. Because of the severity of the infection, Dr. Keynes explained that he would not be performing the operation alone. In an effort to maximize the chances of success, he would be bringing in a second surgeon to assist with the procedure. The objective was clear. The infected prosthetic hip would be removed, the infected area would be thoroughly cleaned, and a new hip would be implanted. The hope was that by removing the infected components and aggressively treating the affected area, the infection could be brought under control before it spread further. At that point, we had no reason to question the plan. The infection had finally been identified. Surgery offered a path forward. More importantly, it offered hope. As difficult as the previous weeks had been, it felt as though the medical team had finally located the problem and was taking decisive action to correct it. The surgery took place on January 9th and lasted approximately 4 hours. While my mother was in the operating room, I waited and hoped for the best. The previous few weeks had been filled with uncertainty, fear, and unanswered questions. Now everything depended on whether the surgeons could successfully remove the source of the infection and give her body a chance to recover. When the operation was complete, we were informed that the surgery had gone as planned. The infected hip had been removed. The surgical team had worked to clean out the infection. A new hip had been implanted. The battle against the infection had entered a new phase. Following the operation, my mother was admitted to the intensive care unit. Given the seriousness of her condition, the ICU was the appropriate place for her recovery to begin. She would receive close monitoring, intravenous antibiotics, hydration, and whatever support was necessary to stabilize her condition. For the first time in weeks, there was reason for cautious optimism. The source of the problem had been identified. The surgery had been completed. The infection was being aggressively treated, and my mother was finally receiving the level of care her condition required. At the same time, however, there was an understanding that the danger had not yet passed. The surgery was not the end of the battle. It was the beginning of it. No one yet knew how much infection remained, how her body would respond to treatment, or whether the procedure would ultimately be successful. Those answers would only come with time. For the moment, all we could do was wait, hope, and focus on her recovery one day at a time. After weeks of watching her health steadily decline, January 9th marked the first major attempt to reverse the course of what had become a life-threatening medical crisis. January 10th to January 11th, 2026. Early signs of improvement in ICU. In the days immediately following the revision surgery, my mother's condition began to show encouraging signs of improvement. After everything that had happened over the previous several weeks, even the smallest positive developments felt significant. The surgery on January 9th had been extensive. The infected hip had been removed, the affected area had been cleaned, and a new prosthetic hip had been implanted. Now the focus shifted from surgery to recovery. My mother remained in the intensive care unit, where she was being closely monitored around the clock. She was receiving intravenous antibiotics, hydration, and continuous medical supervision. The primary goal was to stabilize her condition while the medical team worked to eliminate the infection that had spread throughout her body. I visited her daily. As her son, I had watched her decline from what appeared to be a routine recovery into a life-threatening medical crisis. Because of that, I paid close attention to every small change, looking for signs that the treatment was working. What I saw during those first 2 days gave me hope. One of the most noticeable improvements was her speech. The slurring that had become so severe before her hospitalization had largely disappeared. She was once again able to communicate clearly and hold a conversation. This was especially meaningful because her speech problems had been one of the symptoms that initially led everyone to suspect a stroke. Now, with the infection being aggressively treated, that symptom was beginning to resolve. Her cognitive abilities also appeared to be returning. The confusion and overall decline that had accompanied the infection were no longer dominating her condition. While she was understandably exhausted from both the infection and the major surgery, she was once again able to engage in conversation and interact with those around her in a way that felt familiar. Most importantly, she seemed more like herself. She was able to eat and drink. She could respond appropriately to questions. She understood what was happening around her. Although she was weak and tired, there were signs that her body was beginning to recover. On January 11th, the medical team provided another encouraging update. I was informed that the infection had been successfully cleared from her bloodstream. This was a major milestone. The doctors explained that while the infection remained a concern in the hip region and surrounding tissues, it was no longer circulating through her bloodstream. The focus now shifted toward eliminating the remaining infection from the affected bones, tissues, and surgical area. For the first time since this ordeal began, it felt as though we were making meaningful progress. The medical team also informed me that they anticipated a lengthy recovery process. Their estimate at the time was that my mother would likely remain hospitalized for approximately 16 weeks while receiving antibiotics, rehabilitation, and ongoing medical care. The number sounded overwhelming, yet after everything that had happened, I found myself focusing on the positive side of the conversation. The infection had been identified, the surgery had been completed, the bloodstream infection had been cleared, and my mother was beginning to improve. There were still many unknowns. The doctors were careful not to make promises regarding a full recovery, and I understood why. There were simply too many variables involved in a case of this complexity. Even so, the overall direction felt different. For the first time in weeks, I was no longer watching my mother's health deteriorate. I was watching her fight her way back. The battle was far from over, but January 10th and January 11th provided something that had been in short supply throughout much of this journey: hope. January 12th to January 14th, 2026, nutrition, isolation, testing, and small wins. As my mother's recovery continued, the period between January 12th and January 14th became a mixture of encouragement, uncertainty, additional testing, and cautious optimism. By this point, the immediate crisis that had brought her to the intensive care unit appeared to be stabilizing. The surgery had been completed, the infection had been removed from her bloodstream, and the medical team was focused on helping her body recover while continuing to fight the remaining infection. Even so, recovery was far from straightforward. One of the primary concerns during this period was nutrition. The doctors repeatedly emphasized the importance of eating. They explained that proper nutrition would play a critical role in helping her body heal, strengthen her immune system, support tissue repair, and improve her ability to fight the infection. The challenge was that my mother simply was not very hungry. This was not due to confusion or an inability to understand what was happening. She remained mentally aware and capable of making decisions. Rather, she was exhausted, recovering from major surgery, and struggling with the reality of a prolonged hospitalization. As her son, I did everything I could to encourage her to eat. Whenever I visited, I reminded her how important nutrition was to her recovery. The medical team shared the same message. Everyone understood that food was no longer just about comfort or routine. It had become part of the treatment plan itself. During this period, another concern emerged. On January 13th, the medical team identified findings that raised questions about whether the infection could be present elsewhere in her body. Out of an abundance of caution, additional testing was ordered. An MRI was performed to investigate further. At the same time, my mother was moved into ICU room 13 and placed under isolation precautions, while doctors worked to better understand the situation. For me, this development was unsettling. Only days earlier, we had received encouraging news regarding the bloodstream infection. Now additional tests were being performed, and isolation procedures had been introduced. Once again, uncertainty entered the picture. As had happened many times throughout this journey, I found myself waiting for answers. Fortunately, those answers began arriving quickly. By January 14th, several encouraging developments had taken place. When I arrived to visit my mother that morning, I was greeted by something I had not expected to see so soon. She was being transferred into a wheelchair. To many people, that might seem like a small milestone. To me, it felt enormous. After everything she had endured over the previous weeks, simply seeing her upright and sitting in a wheelchair represented real progress. It was tangible evidence that recovery was moving forward. There was more good news. The isolation precautions had been removed. The signs indicating isolation status were taken down, suggesting that whatever concerns had prompted the additional precautions were no longer considered an immediate threat. At the same time, the medical team continued their thorough evaluation. A temporary nasogastric tube, commonly referred to as an NG tube, was inserted to help ensure that my mother received adequate nutrition. The purpose of the tube was not to replace eating altogether, but rather to supplement her nutritional intake and provide her body with the resources needed to heal. The doctors explained that it was a temporary measure. She could still eat normally and was encouraged to continue doing so. The tube simply provided additional support while her appetite remained limited. Throughout the day, more testing was performed. Portable imaging equipment was brought directly into her room, and chest X-rays were taken. An ultrasound examination was also performed in the spinal region to investigate whether there were any collections of fluid, signs of infection, or other complications that required attention. What stood out to me during this period was the thoroughness of the investigation. The medical team appeared determined to leave no stone unturned. Every concern was being examined. Every potential complication was being investigated. Every decision seemed focused on giving my mother the best possible chance at recovery. When I left the hospital on January 14th, my mother appeared stable. She was tired, which was entirely understandable given everything her body had endured. But she also appeared comfortable. She was alert. She was in good spirits. And she was continuing to move in the right direction. Those 3 days perfectly captured the reality of recovery from a serious medical crisis. There were moments of concern, there were new tests, there were setbacks and uncertainties, but there were also small victories. And at that stage of the journey, those small victories meant everything. January 15th to January 20th, 2026. Hopeful progress before another turn. Following the testing, monitoring, and nutritional interventions of the previous few days, my mother's recovery appeared to settle into a more encouraging rhythm. From January 15th through January 20th, there was a growing sense that the worst might finally be behind us. Day after day, I continued my routine of visiting her in the hospital, closely observing her condition and looking for signs of progress. After everything that had happened since late December, I had learned not to take anything for granted. Even so, the improvements I was seeing felt genuine. The feeding tube that had been temporarily inserted to support her nutritional intake was eventually removed. This was an important milestone. It meant that the medical team felt comfortable relying on her own ability to eat and drink, rather than requiring supplemental nutritional support. While her appetite was not perfect, she was eating more regularly and participating more actively in her recovery. Her overall condition also appeared to be improving. She was more alert. Her communication remained clear. The severe slurring that had once raised concerns about a possible stroke had not returned. Most importantly, she appeared more stable with each passing day. Physiotherapy became an increasingly important part of her daily routine. Although her mobility remained limited, the rehabilitation process was underway. Every effort was focused on helping her regain strength, maintain movement, and prevent further physical decline during what was expected to be a lengthy recovery. As her son, these developments gave me hope. For the first time since the infection had been discovered, I began allowing myself to think about the possibility of a full recovery. The surgery had been completed. The infection had been removed from her bloodstream. She was eating. She was participating in therapy. The doctors seemed encouraged. From my perspective, the overall direction appeared positive. Looking back, this period represents one of the more hopeful stretches in the entire timeline. The crisis that had dominated January seemed to be fading into the background. The focus was gradually shifting away from emergency intervention and toward rehabilitation. There were still challenges, of course. My mother remained hospitalized. She continued receiving antibiotics. She remained physically weak and dependent on medical support. No one was suggesting that she was out of danger entirely. Yet the day-to-day reality felt different. Instead of watching her deteriorate, I was watching her recover. The contrast was impossible to miss. Each visit seemed slightly better than the one before. Each conversation felt more normal. Each day reinforced the belief that the treatment plan was working. Had someone asked me during those days how things were going, I likely would have said that we were finally moving in the right direction. And based on everything I was seeing, that would have been an honest answer. Unfortunately, recovery from a serious prosthetic joint infection is rarely straightforward. While the visible signs of improvement were real, the infection itself had not yet been fully defeated. Neither my mother nor I knew it at the time, but another major turning point was approaching. On January 21st, the optimism that had slowly been building over the previous week would be interrupted by a conversation that neither of us expected to hear, a conversation that would fundamentally change the course of my mother's treatment, a conversation that I remember word for word to this day. January 21st, 2026. I don't think we'll be able to win this battle. Of all the conversations that took place throughout my mother's medical journey, none left a greater impression on me than the one that occurred on January 21st, 2026. To understand the impact of that day, it is important to understand where we believed we stood at the time. For nearly a week, my mother's condition had appeared to be improving. She was eating again. The feeding tube had been removed. Her speech was clear. She was participating in physiotherapy. The infection had been cleared from her bloodstream. From the perspective of a son who had watched her decline so dramatically, only weeks earlier, there was every reason to believe that the situation was finally moving in the right direction. That is why the conversation that followed came as such a shock. During my visit that day, Dr. Andrew Keynes met with my mother and me to discuss her condition. The discussion was direct. There was no ambiguity. There was no attempt to soften the seriousness of what he was about to say. At one point in the conversation, Dr. Keynes looked at my mother and stated, "I don't think we'll be able to win this battle, Francine." I remember those words exactly. The room became very quiet. For a moment, it was difficult to process what I had just heard. Only days earlier, we had been discussing recovery. Now the surgeon who had performed both of her surgeries was expressing doubt that the infection could be defeated. As difficult as that statement was to hear, the conversation continued. Dr. Keynes then explained something else that would prove equally significant. He stated, "What is happening is out of my skill level, which is why we are sending you to the Ottawa hospital to specialists." I remember those words just as clearly. In many ways, that statement was as important as the first. It was an acknowledgement that my mother's case had evolved beyond the scope of what he felt comfortable managing himself. The infection was proving more persistent and complex than expected. As a result, he believed she required the involvement of surgeons and specialists with additional expertise in managing complicated infections associated with joint replacements. The decision was made immediately. My mother would be transferred to the Ottawa hospital. There, specialists would review her case and determine whether another surgical approach could offer a better chance of controlling the infection. As I listened to the conversation, I found myself experiencing two very different emotions at the same time. The first was fear. Hearing a surgeon openly question whether the battle could be won is not something a family member ever expects to hear. It forces you to confront possibilities that you desperately hope will never become reality. At that moment, I found myself thinking about mortality in a way I had not before. This was no longer a difficult recovery. This was no longer a routine complication. This had become a fight for my mother's life. At the same time, there was also a sense of relief. As unsettling as the conversation was, Dr. Keynes was not giving up. He was escalating the case. He was acknowledging the limits of his own expertise and ensuring that my mother would be placed in the hands of specialists who dealt with these types of challenges at the highest level. That distinction mattered. The message was not that treatment was ending. The message was that a different team needed to take over. Later that day, my mother was transferred to the Ottawa hospital. I said goodbye before the transfer and returned home. The plan was simple. The next morning, I would contact the hospital and find out what the specialist had to say. As I drove home, my mind replayed the conversation over and over. The words echoed in my head. "I don't think we'll be able to win this battle, Francine." Until that moment, I had viewed the infection as a serious medical complication. After that conversation, I understood that the people treating her viewed it as something far more dangerous. January 21st marked the end of one chapter in my mother's care. From that point forward, responsibility for her case would shift to a new team of specialists. The next phase of the journey would take place at the Ottawa hospital, where new doctors, new assessments, and ultimately a new surgical strategy awaited. None of us yet knew how dramatically that decision would alter the course of her recovery. January 22nd to January 23rd, 2026. Waiting for specialist surgery at the Ottawa hospital. Following my mother's transfer to the Ottawa hospital on January 21st, a new phase of her medical journey began. The urgency and seriousness of her condition had already been made clear during my conversation with Dr. Andrew Keynes. The infection had not responded as hoped following the revision surgery on January 9th, and the case had now been escalated to specialists with additional expertise in complex prosthetic joint infections. Naturally, I expected surgery to happen quickly. Given everything that had been communicated to us, I assumed that the specialist team would assess her, determine a course of action, and move forward without delay. What actually happened was somewhat different. On January 22nd, I contacted the Ottawa hospital to obtain an update. I was informed that my mother had arrived safely and was being evaluated by multiple physicians. Rather than proceeding immediately to surgery, the specialist team was taking time to review her history, examine her condition, assess previous interventions, and determine the most appropriate course of treatment. While part of me was eager for immediate action, I also understood the reasoning. This was no longer a routine case. My mother had undergone a primary hip replacement, followed by a revision surgery, and was now facing a persistent infection that had survived both surgery and extensive antibiotic treatment. Any decision moving forward would have significant consequences and needed to be made carefully. The nurse relayed a message to my mother on my behalf. I asked that she be told that I loved her, that I was thinking about her, and that I wished her good luck. At that point, there was little more I could do except wait. The following morning, January 23rd, I contacted the hospital again. This time I was informed that surgery had still not taken place. However, I was also told that it could happen at any moment, and that if I wished to visit, I should do so while the opportunity remained available. I decided to go immediately. When I arrived at the hospital, I found my mother resting comfortably. What I observed that day surprised me. After everything that had happened over the previous month, I expected to find someone who appeared defeated, frightened, or overwhelmed. Instead, I found my mother remarkably composed. She looked well. She appeared comfortable. She was calm. Most importantly, she was entirely herself. Her speech was clear. Her thoughts were organized. She was fully aware of her surroundings. The cognitive decline and severe speech difficulties that had once raised concerns about a stroke were nowhere to be found. Despite everything she had endured, she remained mentally sharp and completely capable of discussing her situation. She explained that she had been informed another surgery would be necessary and that part of her hip would likely need to be removed. At that point, neither of us had been provided with all of the surgical details, but it was clear that the specialists were preparing for a significant intervention. Because surgery could occur at any time, She had not been allowed to eat that day. Even so, she appeared at peace with what lay ahead. Then the conversation shifted in a direction I had not anticipated. My mother explained that one of the physicians involved in her care had discussed the possibility of medical assistance in dying, commonly known as MAID. She told me that information and documentation had been provided to her. The fact that this discussion had occurred was difficult for me to process. At first, my mind immediately went to the worst possible conclusions. However, what struck me most was not the discussion itself. It was my mother's reaction to it. She was calm, she was rational, she was thoughtful. She explained that she wanted to recover. She wanted the doctors to succeed. She wanted every reasonable effort to be made to restore her health. At the same time, she was also realistic. She told me that she had lived a wonderful life. She was proud of her 2 sons. She was approaching her 81st birthday. And if her situation eventually became one of prolonged suffering with no meaningful quality of life, she wanted to understand all of her options. There was no panic in her voice, no despair, no confusion, only clarity. As her son, I found that both comforting and heartbreaking at the same time. Comforting because she seemed genuinely at peace. Heartbreaking because the conversation forced me to confront realities that I had spent weeks trying not to think about. Despite the gravity of those discussions, one thing remained clear. My mother had not given up. The doctors had not given up. The purpose of the upcoming surgery was still to save the hip, control the infection, and give her the best possible chance at recovery. As I left the hospital that day, surgery had not yet occurred. The specialist team was still preparing. The final plan was still being finalized, and all we could do was wait. What we did not yet know was that the operation scheduled for January 24th would become one of the most important turning points in the entire journey. It would not simply be another surgery. It would become the procedure that finally changed the direction of my mother's recovery. January 24th, 2026, the specialist surgery with Dr. Grammatopoulos. January 24th, 2026, marked one of the most important days in my mother's entire medical journey. For more than a month, she had endured a series of escalating medical challenges that began with what was expected to be a routine hip replacement. Since then, she had experienced a rapid and unexplained decline, multiple hospital admissions, a serious bloodstream infection, a revision surgery, and a growing concern that the infection might not be responding to treatment as hoped. Now, for the first time, her case was in the hands of specialists whose focus included some of the most complex complications associated with joint replacement surgery. The surgeon leading this next stage of her care was Dr. George Grammatopoulos, an orthopedic surgeon at the Ottawa Hospital and associate professor at the University of Ottawa. By this point, his team had thoroughly reviewed my mother's case and concluded that another surgery was necessary. On January 24th, my mother was taken into the operating room. As with the previous surgeries, all I could do was wait and hope. The previous weeks had been emotionally exhausting. Every time it appeared that we were making progress, another setback seemed to emerge. Yet there was something different about this moment. For the first time since the infection had been discovered, I felt that the case was being approached from an entirely new perspective. The specialists had taken the time to review everything that had happened, and I trusted that they were making decisions based on the full picture. Later that evening, Dr. Grammatopoulos personally called me to discuss the outcome of the surgery. It remains one of the most important conversations of the entire timeline. The first thing he told me was that the surgery had gone well. After weeks of uncertainty, those were welcome words to hear. He then explained exactly what had been done. The infected hip replacement had been removed completely. The surgical team had worked to clean out all visible signs of infection within the surgical area. Rather than implanting another permanent hip immediately, they inserted what is commonly referred to as an antibiotic spacer. This temporary device serves two important purposes. First, it maintains spacing and alignment within the joint area. Second, it slowly releases antibiotics directly into the affected region, helping to combat any remaining infection while the body heals. The strategy was clear. Before any discussion could take place about another permanent hip replacement, the infection had to be defeated. Dr. Grammatopoulos explained that the next phase would involve continued hospitalization, aggressive antibiotic treatment, and careful monitoring. The immediate objective was to allow the incision to heal properly while ensuring that the infection continued to retreat. He told me that if everything progressed as hoped and if future testing confirmed that the infection had been eliminated, the team could then begin discussing options for a future reconstructive surgery. At that point, several possibilities remained on the table. A new hip replacement might eventually be possible. Alternative surgical approaches could also be considered. The ultimate decision would depend entirely on how my mother recovered over the coming weeks and months. As significant as all of this information was, another part of our conversation would remain with me just as strongly. I asked Dr. Grammatopoulos a question that had been on my mind since the infection was first discovered. I asked him where he believed all of this had started. His answer was direct and confident. He told me that the source of the problem originated with the first hip replacement surgery. Wanting to ensure that I understood him correctly, I asked him to repeat his assessment. I also asked him to confirm the statistical rarity of what had occurred. Once again, he was clear. The infection originated from the initial surgery, and this type of complication was uncommon, generally falling within the low single-digit percentage range that had previously been discussed with us. That conversation provided clarity regarding a question that had lingered since the beginning of the crisis. For weeks, we had been trying to understand how a healthy and independent woman could enter a hospital for a routine procedure and find herself fighting a life-threatening infection only a few weeks later. Dr. Grammatopoulos' explanation provided the first direct answer to that question. When the call ended, I found myself feeling something I had not felt in quite some time: hope. Not because the battle was over, far from it. The infection still had to be eliminated. The incision still had to heal. Future surgeries were still uncertain. My mother still faced a long and difficult recovery. But for the first time since her health began to decline in late December, it felt as though a clear and logical treatment plan was finally in place. The infection had been identified. The infected hardware had been removed. An antibiotic spacer had been inserted. The specialists had taken control of the case, and the focus had shifted from crisis management to rebuilding. The road ahead would still be long. But January 24th, 2026, became the day that the direction of my mother's journey finally began to change. January 25th to February 13th, 2026, the turning point toward recovery. The morning after my mother's surgery with Dr. George Grammatopoulos, I returned to the Ottawa hospital to see her for myself. Given everything that had happened over the previous 6 weeks, I approached that visit with cautious optimism. The surgery had gone well, according to Dr. Grammatopoulos, but I had learned by this point that there could be a significant difference between a successful operation and a successful recovery. What mattered now was how my mother would respond in the days and weeks that followed. When I arrived on January 25th, I immediately noticed a difference. She looked comfortable. She appeared calm. The intravenous antibiotics were running, and she seemed far more stable than she had during the darkest periods of the infection. Most importantly, there was a sense that the medical team now had control of the situation. The objective over the coming weeks was straightforward, at least in principle. The incision needed to heal. The infection needed to be eliminated. Her strength needed to return. And only after those goals had been achieved could the conversation turn toward the possibility of another hip replacement in the future. The antibiotic spacer that had been inserted during surgery would remain in place while this process unfolded. For the first time in a long time, there was a clear roadmap. What followed over the next several weeks was not dramatic. There were no major emergencies, no frightening late-night phone calls, no sudden declines. Instead, recovery became a matter of patience, consistency, and careful medical management. Every day my mother received antibiotics. Every day she was monitored. Every day the focus remained on healing. Physiotherapy also became an increasingly important part of her routine. The goal was not simply to eliminate the infection. The goal was to preserve as much strength, mobility, and independence as possible while her body recovered from months of illness and multiple major surgeries. Throughout this period, I continued visiting regularly. By this point, a pattern had developed. I would arrive, assess how she was doing, speak with staff when possible, encourage her, and look for signs of progress. Fortunately, those signs began appearing with greater frequency. She remained mentally sharp. Her conversations were clear. Her appetite improved. Her overall condition stabilized. While she was still far from fully recovered, the trajectory had changed. For the first time since her collapse in the bathroom on December 26th, her health was no longer moving steadily downward. It was moving upward. The change was gradual. Some days were better than others. Recovery rarely follows a perfectly straight line, but the overall direction was unmistakable. As the days turned into weeks, I found myself becoming increasingly hopeful. The difference between this recovery period and the one that followed the January 9th revision surgery was significant. After the January 9th operation, there had initially been optimism, only for the infection to persist and force another escalation in treatment. This time felt different. The specialist team had removed the infected hardware completely. The antibiotic spacer was doing its job. The treatment plan appeared to be working, and, most importantly, my mother appeared to be responding positively. Looking back, this period represents the true turning point of the entire story. The crisis phase was ending. The recovery phase was beginning. That does not mean the danger had disappeared. Far from it. The infection still needed to be fully eradicated. Additional testing would be required. Future surgeries remained uncertain. No one was making guarantees, yet something had undeniably changed. The sense of constant decline that had dominated December and much of January had finally been replaced by cautious progress. For weeks, I had watched my mother's health unravel. Now, for the first time, I was watching it come back together. By early February, the conversation was no longer centered on how to save her life. It was beginning to focus on how to rebuild it. That shift, more than anything else, made this period so important. It was the moment when recovery stopped feeling like a possibility and started feeling like a reality. February 14th, 2026, transfer to transitional care. By mid-February, my mother's condition had improved to the point where her medical team began discussing the next stage of her recovery. The infection appeared to be responding to treatment. The surgery performed by Dr. George Grammatopoulos had achieved its immediate objectives. The antibiotic spacer remained in place. Her incision was healing. Her overall condition had stabilized. Most importantly, she no longer required the level of acute hospital care that had been necessary throughout much of January. For the first time since this ordeal began, conversations started to focus not on emergency treatment, but on rehabilitation and recovery. On February 14, 2026, my mother was transferred from the Ottawa hospital to a transitional care facility. The facility was Extendicare Crossing Bridge, West End Villa, 2179 Elmira Drive, Ottawa, Ontario. She was assigned to room 558 on the 5th floor. At the time, I viewed the transfer as a very positive development. Hospitals are designed to manage acute medical problems, surgeries, infections, and emergencies. Transitional care serves a different purpose. It helps bridge the gap between hospitalization and the next stage of recovery, whether that ultimately involves returning home, entering convalescence, or continuing rehabilitation in another setting. In other words, this move represented progress. The fact that my mother was leaving the hospital did not mean that her journey was complete. Far from it. She still required ongoing monitoring. She still needed rehabilitation. She still had an antibiotic spacer instead of a permanent hip, and important medical decisions remained ahead. Yet she had reached a point where the immediate crisis had passed. That alone felt like a major victory. When I visited her during this transition, I noticed a different atmosphere than what we had experienced in the hospital. The pace felt calmer. The focus seemed more centered on recovery, rehabilitation, and helping patients regain strength. There was a sense that the objective was no longer simply to keep people alive. The objective was to help them move forward. For my mother, that meant continuing to build strength while her body healed from months of illness, infection, and multiple surgeries. It also meant preparing for whatever came next. At this stage, nobody could say with certainty whether another hip replacement would eventually be possible. The specialists still needed additional time, additional testing, and additional evidence that the infection had been fully eliminated. As a result, much of the future remained uncertain. But unlike earlier periods in the timeline, the uncertainty no longer felt frightening. Instead, it felt hopeful. The questions had changed. Weeks earlier, we had been asking whether the infection could be stopped, whether she would survive, whether another surgery would be necessary. Now the questions were different. How much strength could she regain? How much mobility could she recover? Would another hip replacement eventually be possible? Those are the kinds of questions people ask when recovery is underway. Looking back, February 14th represents an important milestone because it marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. The long period of hospitalization that began with emergency transport, ICU care, multiple surgeries, and life-threatening infection was finally behind us. A new phase had begun. It would be slower, it would require patience, and it would present challenges of its own. But for the first time in many weeks, the focus had shifted away from crisis and toward healing. That shift was something worth celebrating. February 14th to March 4th, 2026, stable recovery at Extendicare Crossing Bridge. Following her transfer to Extendicare Crossing Bridge on February 14th, my mother entered what was, by comparison to the previous 2 months, one of the most stable periods of her recovery. For the first time since her original hip replacement surgery in December, there were no emergency admissions, no urgent surgeries, no intensive care units, and no life-threatening developments dominating each day. Instead, the focus became recovery. The pace of life changed considerably. The daily rhythm was no longer dictated by operating rooms, specialist consultations, or critical medical decisions. The emphasis shifted toward rebuilding strength, monitoring progress, and allowing the body time to heal. My mother remained under professional supervision while continuing her recovery from the surgery performed by Dr. George Grammatopoulos on January 24th. The antibiotic spacer remained in place. Her incision continued to heal. The medical team continued monitoring her condition while she received the care necessary to support her rehabilitation. During this period, I remained actively involved in her recovery. I continued visiting regularly and closely following her progress. After everything we had been through together since late December, it had become second nature for me to pay close attention to even the smallest changes in her condition. Fortunately, most of the changes I observed during this period were positive. She remained mentally sharp and engaged. Her speech was clear. Her personality remained intact. The woman I had known all my life was increasingly visible again. That may sound like a simple observation, but after watching the infection rob her of so much strength and independence, it was deeply meaningful. Physically, recovery remained a work in progress. She was still weak. Her mobility was limited. She remained dependent on assistance for many daily activities. At the same time, there was no question that she was moving in the right direction. The dramatic decline that had characterized December and January was gone. In its place was gradual improvement. The gains were often measured in small increments rather than dramatic breakthroughs. A little more strength, a little more endurance, a little more confidence, a little more independence. That is often the reality of rehabilitation. Progress tends to arrive quietly rather than all at once. One of the most important aspects of this period was simply the absence of major setbacks. Every day that passed without a new complication felt like a victory. Every week that passed without another surgery felt significant. For months it had seemed as though every positive development was immediately followed by another crisis. Now, for the first time, recovery was being allowed to unfold without constant interruption. Although there were still important questions about the future, there was also growing optimism. The infection appeared to be under control. The treatment plan appeared to be working. The specialists had not identified any immediate concerns requiring urgent intervention. Instead, the focus shifted toward monitoring, healing, and gathering information that would help guide future decisions. As March approached, attention began turning toward the next major milestone. Additional testing would soon be required. The specialists wanted to assess how successfully the infection had been eliminated and whether my mother's recovery remained on track. Those evaluations would help determine what options might eventually be available regarding another hip replacement surgery. For the moment, however, there was no rush. The objective was simple: continue healing, continue rebuilding strength, continue moving forward. Looking back, this period may not contain the dramatic events found elsewhere in the timeline, but it was nevertheless one of the most important chapters in my mother's recovery. It provided something that had been largely absent since December: stability. After months of uncertainty, fear, surgeries, and infection, stability became one of the most valuable forms of progress we could have hoped for. And thankfully, that is exactly what this period provided. March 5th, 2026. Infectious Disease Review and Clearance Toward Convalescence. March 5th, 2026 represented another important milestone in my mother's recovery journey. By this point, she'd been living at Extendicare Crossing Bridge for several weeks, continuing her rehabilitation and recovering from the specialist surgery performed on January 24th. The focus had shifted away from crisis management and toward evaluating whether the infection that had caused so many complications was truly under control. In preparation for that assessment, transportation was arranged from Extendicare Crossing Bridge to the Ottawa Hospital. For the first time since the transfer to transitional care, my mother and I once again found ourselves returning to the hospital that had become such a significant part of our lives over the previous months. The purpose of the appointment was straightforward, but extremely important. The specialist wanted to evaluate her progress, review her recovery, and determine whether the infection appeared to have been successfully eliminated. Upon arrival, we met with Dr. Hassan Fadlallah, an infectious diseases consultant at the Ottawa Hospital. Although the appointment itself was relatively brief, the information we received carried enormous significance. Dr. Fadlallah reviewed my mother's case, examined her condition, and assessed the available information regarding her recovery. His overall assessment was encouraging. He informed us that the infection appeared to be gone after months of surgeries, hospitalization, intravenous antibiotics, and uncertainty. Those words carried tremendous weight. While medicine rarely deals in absolute guarantees, his assessment suggested that the treatment strategy had been successful and that the infection was no longer presenting itself as an active concern. In addition to reviewing her medical status, Dr. Fadlallah also examined the surgical wound. Once again, the feedback was positive. The wound appeared to be healing well, and there were no obvious signs that would suggest a recurrence of the infection. The discussion then shifted toward the future. Dr. Fadlallah explained that the medical team would now begin discussing the next phase of my mother's care. Specifically, the specialist would evaluate whether another hip reconstruction surgery would eventually be appropriate or whether the risks associated with such a procedure might outweigh the potential benefits. This was an important distinction. At this stage, no final decision had been made. The focus was not on scheduling another operation immediately. Rather, it was on determining whether such a surgery would ultimately be in my mother's best interests. That decision would require further discussion among the specialists involved in her care. As we listened, it felt as though we had reached another significant turning point. For months, every major conversation had revolved around infection, how severe it was, how far it had spread, whether it could be controlled, whether additional surgery would be necessary. Now, for the first time, the conversation centered on the future. That shift was incredibly meaningful. It suggested that the immediate threat which had dominated our lives for so long was no longer the primary concern. Instead, attention was beginning to focus on quality of life, mobility, rehabilitation, and long-term planning. When the appointment concluded, my mother and I returned to Extendicare Crossing Bridge. The trip back felt very different from many of the hospital journeys that had come before it. Previous visits had often been accompanied by fear, uncertainty, and difficult decisions. This time, we carried home something far more valuable: evidence that the treatment had worked, evidence that the infection appeared to be under control, and evidence that the possibility of a more normal future was beginning to emerge. Looking back, March 5th stands as one of the most encouraging appointments in the entire timeline. It did not involve a surgery. It did not involve an emergency. It did not involve a major medical intervention. Instead, it provided something that had been hard-earned through months of struggle: validation that the battle against the infection appeared to be succeeding. And with that validation came a new sense of hope for what might still be possible. March 6th to March 15th, 2026, waiting for the move to convalescence. Following the encouraging appointment with Dr. Hassan Fadlallah, On March 5th, my mother entered another brief but important transitional period in her recovery. The infection appeared to be under control. Her surgical wound was healing well. The specialists were beginning to discuss future possibilities rather than immediate medical threats. Yet despite all of this positive news, there was still one more step before she could move into the next phase of her rehabilitation. She needed to wait for placement in convalescence. At the time, my understanding of convalescence was fairly simple. I knew it represented a stage between hospitalization and a return to more independent living, but I would soon come to appreciate how important that stage truly was. Unlike a hospital where the primary focus is acute medical treatment, convalescence is centered on recovery, rehabilitation, and helping patients regain strength and function following serious illness or surgery. For my mother, this was exactly what she needed. The life-threatening infection appeared to be behind her. The surgeries were complete. The immediate crisis had passed. What remained was the long process of rebuilding. During this waiting period, she remained at Extendicare Crossing Bridge. From a medical perspective, there were no major developments, and for the first time in months, that was actually good news. The absence of major developments meant there were no new emergencies, no unexpected complications, no sudden declines, no urgent trips back to the hospital. Instead, each day was focused on continuing the recovery process that had finally gained momentum after the January 24th specialist surgery. I continued visiting regularly and monitoring her progress. With each visit, I became increasingly aware of how much had changed since the frightening days of late December and early January. Only a few months earlier, we had been fighting to understand why she was deteriorating so rapidly. Now we were discussing rehabilitation plans, future mobility, and the possibility of eventually regaining a meaningful degree of independence. The contrast was remarkable. Physically, she still faced significant challenges. She remained weak. Her mobility remained limited. The antibiotic spacer was still in place, and there were still important decisions ahead regarding whether another hip replacement surgery would eventually be possible. At the same time, there was no question that she had survived the worst part of the journey. That realization became increasingly apparent during this period. The discussions among medical professionals reflected it. The overall tone of her care reflected it. Even the questions being asked reflected it. The focus was no longer on how to stop the infection. The focus was now on how far her recovery could go. As the days passed, we waited for news regarding placement. Eventually, that news arrived. Approval had been granted. My mother would be moving into convalescence. The next stage of her recovery was ready to begin. Looking back, this 10-day period may appear relatively quiet compared to the dramatic events that came before it. However, it represented something profoundly important. It was a period of stability, a period of healing, a period where recovery was allowed to continue without interruption. Most importantly, it served as a bridge between survival and rehabilitation. For months, nearly every decision had been made with the goal of saving my mother's life. Now, the focus was shifting toward helping her live it. That was a milestone worth waiting for. March 16th, 2026. Moved to Carlingview Manor for convalescence. On March 16, 2026, my mother reached another significant milestone in her recovery journey. After spending a month at Extendicare Crossing Bridge and nearly 3 months navigating surgeries, infection, hospitalization, rehabilitation, and uncertainty, she was officially transferred into convalescence. Her new home would be Carlingview Manor Long-Term Care Home, 2330 Carling Avenue, Ottawa, Ontario. Although the facility is classified as a long-term care home, a dedicated convalescence program operated within the building, providing a structured environment focused on recovery and rehabilitation. By this point, the difference between where my mother stood on March 16th and where she had been in early January was extraordinary. Just over 2 months earlier, doctors had been battling a bloodstream infection. She had been admitted to intensive care. A specialist surgeon had removed an infected hip replacement and inserted an antibiotic spacer. At one stage, a surgeon had openly questioned whether the battle against the infection could be won. Now she was being transferred to a facility whose primary focus was helping patients continue their recovery rather than saving their lives. That contrast was impossible to ignore. The move itself represented progress. It signaled that the specialists involved in her care believed she was stable enough to continue rehabilitation in a less intensive environment while remaining under professional supervision. The infection appeared to be under control. The surgical wound was healing. The immediate crisis had passed. The next objective was clear: regain strength, improve mobility, build endurance, and prepare for whatever future decisions would eventually be made regarding her hip. When I visited after the transfer, I was encouraged by what I saw. The atmosphere felt different from both the hospital and the transitional care setting that had preceded it. The environment was designed around recovery and daily living. There was less urgency and more routine, less crisis and more rebuilding. At this stage, my mother's days were no longer being measured by surgeries or emergency interventions. Instead, they were being measured by small improvements. A little more strength, a little more movement, a little more confidence, a little more independence. That shift in perspective was important. For months, our attention had been focused on survival. Now, for the first time, it felt reasonable to begin thinking about quality of life. Of course, there were still many unanswered questions. The antibiotic spacer remained in place. Additional testing would eventually be required. The specialists still needed to determine whether another hip replacement surgery could safely be performed, and no one knew exactly what her long-term outcome would be. Yet those uncertainties felt different now. They no longer carried the same sense of fear that had accompanied earlier chapters of this story. Instead, they felt like challenges that would be addressed when the time came. The immediate threat had receded. Recovery was taking center stage. Looking back, March 16th represents much more than a change of address. It marks the beginning of a new chapter in my mother's journey. The hospitalization phase was over. The infection-fighting phase was largely behind us. The rehabilitation phase had begun. For the first time since December, there was an opportunity to focus not on what had been lost, but on what could still be regained. That made March 16th one of the most hopeful milestones in the entire timeline. March 16th to March 29th, 2026. Rebuilding strength in convalescence. Following her transfer to Carlingview Manor on March 16th, my mother settled into what would become one of the most important stages of her recovery. For the first time since the beginning of this ordeal, there were no immediate medical emergencies demanding attention. There were no urgent surgeries being scheduled, no intensive care units, and no life-threatening infections dominating daily conversations. Instead, the focus became something both simple and incredibly challenging: rebuilding. The infection that had nearly claimed her life appeared to be under control. The surgeries were behind her. The antibiotic spacer remained in place, and future decisions regarding another hip replacement would come later. For now, the objective was to help her regain as much strength, mobility, and independence as possible. When I visited her during this period, I found her in a private room equipped with a television and the comforts that made daily life feel more personal and less institutional. After everything she had experienced, having a private space of her own felt important. It gave her a sense of dignity and normalcy during a period when so much of her life had been dictated by hospitals, procedures, and medical schedules. Nutritionally, she continued to face some challenges. Although meals were provided by the facility, her appetite remained inconsistent. This was understandable given her age, the multiple surgeries she had endured, and the months of illness that had preceded this stage of recovery. Wanting to support her however I could, I began bringing high-protein nutritional supplements during my visits. I stocked an entire drawer in her room with protein shakes and protein bars. The staff welcomed the idea and felt it would be beneficial. The arrangement worked well. Some days she would eat the meals provided by the facility. Other days she would supplement with a protein shake or protein bar. The goal was simple: provide her body with the nutrition it needed to continue healing and rebuilding strength. Mobility remained one of the largest challenges. At this stage, she was not yet able to safely transfer herself between her bed, wheelchair, and bathroom. To assist with this, the staff used a mechanical lift system. The device would gently lift and transfer her from one location to another while ensuring her safety and reducing the risk of falls or injury. Although needing a lift was not where either of us hoped she would ultimately end up, I viewed it as another step in the process. What mattered was that she was getting out of bed. In fact, one of the most encouraging aspects of this period was how much time she spent upright. Each morning, staff would transfer her into her wheelchair. She would then spend much of the day sitting upright rather than remaining in bed. This may sound like a small detail, but it represented a significant part of her rehabilitation. Being upright allowed her to move her arms, legs, shoulders, and upper body throughout the day. It encouraged circulation, preserved muscle function, promoted engagement with her surroundings, and helped prevent the physical decline that can accompany prolonged bed rest. At night, following dinner and evening care, the staff would use the lift to return her to bed. A routine had been established, and routines are often an important sign that recovery is progressing. She also participated in daily physiotherapy. The sessions were relatively light, reflecting both her age and the complexity of her condition. Nobody was trying to rush the process. The goal was steady, sustainable progress. Every exercise, every movement, and every effort contributed to rebuilding the strength that had been lost during months of illness and hospitalization. As her son, these visits gave me a great deal of encouragement. I could see progress, not dramatic progress, not overnight transformations, but genuine progress nonetheless. The woman who had once been fighting a severe bloodstream infection was now spending her days in a wheelchair, participating in therapy, eating, socializing, and slowly rebuilding her strength. Recovery was still far from complete. There were still questions regarding future surgery. There were still concerns regarding infection monitoring, and there were still many challenges ahead. Yet for the first time in a very long time, those challenges felt manageable. Looking back, the period from March 16th to March 29th was defined by patience. There were no major breakthroughs. There were no dramatic turning points. Instead, there was the steady and often unglamorous work of rehabilitation, day by day, exercise by exercise, meal by meal, visit by visit. It was during this period that my mother's recovery began to feel less like a medical crisis and more like a rebuilding project. And after everything she had endured, that was exactly where we wanted to be. April 2nd, 2026. A positive follow-up with Dr. Grammatopoulos. On April 2nd, 2026, my mother and I returned to the Ottawa Hospital for one of the most anticipated follow-up appointments since her specialist surgery on January 24th. By this point, more than 2 months had passed since Dr. George Grammatopoulos had removed the infected hip replacement, cleaned out the infection, and inserted the antibiotic spacer. During those months, my mother had progressed from hospitalization to transitional care and eventually into convalescence at Carlingview Manor. While her recovery had been encouraging, there were still important questions that remained unanswered. Was the infection truly gone? Was the surgical site healing as expected? And perhaps most importantly, would another hip replacement surgery eventually be possible? To help answer those questions, transportation was arranged through Paratranspo, and my mother and I traveled from Carlingview Manor to the Ottawa Hospital for her appointment. As part of the visit, several tests were performed, blood work was taken, x-rays were obtained. These investigations would provide the medical team with important information regarding both the condition of the surgical area and any signs that infection might still be present. After the testing was completed, we met with Dr. George Grammatopoulos. The appointment proved to be one of the most encouraging interactions we had experienced since this journey began. Dr. Grammatopoulos carefully examined my mother's surgical wound and was visibly pleased with what he saw. The incision had healed exceptionally well. After everything her body had endured over the previous months, that was important news. A properly healed incision was not only a sign of successful recovery from surgery, but also an indication that her body was responding positively to the treatment plan that had been put in place. In addition to examining the wound, Dr. Grammatopoulos reviewed other information available to him, including imaging and laboratory data. His overall assessment was highly encouraging. He expressed genuine enthusiasm regarding my mother's progress and recovery. For the first time in quite a while, the conversation focused less on problems and more on possibilities. Dr. Grammatopoulos explained that additional time was still needed before any final decisions could be made regarding another hip replacement surgery. He wanted to continue monitoring her recovery and gather additional information before moving forward. However, his outlook was optimistic. He indicated that if progress continued along its current path, further testing would soon allow the team to begin seriously evaluating whether another surgery would be appropriate. As a son who had watched his mother fight through months of infection, hospitalization, and rehabilitation, hearing those words was incredibly reassuring. The possibility of another hip replacement was no longer being discussed as a distant theoretical option. It was becoming a realistic consideration. During the appointment, I also raised a concern that had been on my mind. By this point, my mother had already undergone multiple major surgeries in a relatively short period of time. Naturally, I worried about the effect that another operation might have on tissues that had already been operated on several times. Dr. Grammatopoulos addressed that concern directly. He explained that if another surgery ultimately became necessary, he would use a different surgical approach and create an incision in a different area rather than interfering with the healing tissues from the previous procedures. That explanation provided additional reassurance. It demonstrated that the long-term success of her recovery was being carefully considered, and that future decisions would be made with her unique circumstances in mind. When the appointment concluded, my mother and I returned to Carlingview Manor via Paratranspo. As we made the trip back, there was a sense that we had crossed another important milestone. No surgery had been scheduled. No final decisions had been made. But the overall message from the specialist leading her case was overwhelmingly positive. The infection appeared to remain under control. The surgical wound had healed beautifully. The recovery process was progressing well, and for the first time, the possibility of reconstructive surgery was beginning to move from hope toward reality. Looking back, April 2nd stands as one of the most encouraging appointments in the entire timeline. It provided objective evidence that my mother's recovery was continuing in the right direction. More importantly, it offered something that had become increasingly valuable throughout this journey: confidence that the future might hold more options than we once believed possible. April 4th, 2026, the next test is booked. 2 days after our encouraging appointment with Dr. George Grammatopoulos, another important step in my mother's recovery process was set in motion. On April 4th, 2026, I received a phone call from the Ottawa Hospital regarding the next stage of her evaluation. Although the April 2nd appointment had been overwhelmingly positive, everyone involved understood that major decisions regarding future surgery could not be based on optimism alone. Objective medical evidence would be required before the specialist could confidently determine whether the infection had truly been eliminated and whether another hip replacement procedure could be safely considered. The purpose of the call was to schedule additional testing. Specifically, the hospital arranged an appointment for April 16, 2026, during which my mother would undergo a hip aspiration and a synovial biopsy. At the time, I understood that these tests were being ordered to provide the clearest possible picture of what was happening inside the surgical area. Unlike blood work or external examinations, these procedures would allow the medical team to directly collect samples from the hip region itself. Those samples could then be analyzed for evidence of infection or any other abnormalities that might influence future treatment decisions. The significance of the testing was not lost on me. Throughout this entire journey, one of the most difficult aspects had been the uncertainty. There were periods when we believed things were improving, only to discover later that infection was still present. There were times when symptoms appeared to be resolving, yet hidden problems remained beneath the surface. As a result, I appreciated the thoroughness of the approach being taken by Dr. Grammatopoulos and his team. Rather than rushing toward another surgery based solely on encouraging signs, they wanted objective confirmation that my mother was truly ready for the next phase. That approach gave me confidence. The purpose was not simply to look for good news. The purpose was to gather accurate information. And accurate information was exactly what we needed before making any major decisions. During the call, I was informed that after the aspiration and biopsy were completed, the collected specimens would be sent to the laboratory for analysis. The results would then be reviewed by Dr. Grammatopoulos and his team. Those findings would play a major role in determining the next steps. Would another hip replacement be possible? Would additional treatment be required first? Would further surgery be necessary before reconstruction could even be considered? At that point, none of those questions had answers. What we did know was that April 16th would become another important milestone in the decision-making process. Following the phone call, all we could do was continue with the recovery plan already in place. My mother remained at Carlingview Manor, continuing her rehabilitation and gradually rebuilding strength. The specialists continued their monitoring, and we continued moving forward one step at a time. Looking back, April 4th may appear to be a relatively small entry in the overall timeline. No procedures were performed, no major medical decisions were announced, no dramatic developments occurred, yet it marked something important. It marked the moment when the next phase of investigation officially began. The battle against infection had largely been fought. Now the focus was shifting toward verification. The specialists wanted proof that the recovery we were witnessing was truly as successful as it appeared, and on April 16th, they would begin gathering that proof. April 16th, 2026, hip aspiration and synovial biopsy. On April 16th, 2026, my mother and I returned once again to the Ottawa hospital for what would become one of the most important diagnostic appointments since her specialist surgery in January. By this point, nearly 3 months had passed since Dr. George Grammatopoulos removed the infected hip replacement and inserted the antibiotic spacer. The recovery process had been encouraging. Her wound had healed well. Her strength was gradually improving. The infection appeared to be under control. However, appearances alone were not enough. Before any serious discussion could take place regarding another hip replacement surgery, the medical team needed objective evidence confirming that the infection had truly been eliminated. That was the purpose of this appointment. As on previous occasions, transportation was arranged through paratranspo, and my mother and I traveled from Carlingview Manor to the Ottawa hospital. The procedures scheduled for that day were more specialized than the routine blood tests and imaging studies that had become familiar over the previous months. The first procedure was a hip aspiration. During a hip aspiration, fluid is collected directly from the joint area for laboratory analysis. The goal is to identify any signs of infection that may still be present, even if the patient appears to be recovering well clinically. The second procedure was a synovial biopsy. This involved collecting tissue samples from the synovial lining surrounding the joint area. Those samples would provide additional information that could help determine whether any lingering infection remained hidden within the tissues. Together, these tests represented one of the most direct and reliable methods available for evaluating the status of the infection. The procedures were performed by Dr. Marco Sampaio. Once the samples had been collected, they were sent to the laboratory for analysis. From there, the results would eventually be reviewed by Dr. George Grammatopoulos and his team as part of the decision-making process regarding my mother's future care. Although the procedures themselves were important, what stood out most to me was what they represented. For months, the medical team had been focused on controlling an infection that had nearly cost my mother her life. Now they were searching for confirmation that their efforts had been successful. This was not emergency medicine. This was verification. The specialists wanted evidence, and that evidence would help determine what options remained available moving forward. Before leaving the hospital, I asked what we should expect next. After months of appointments, surgeries, transfers, and consultations, I had learned the importance of understanding the process ahead whenever possible. The response was straightforward. We were informed that the laboratory would analyze the specimens and that Dr. Grammatopoulos' office would contact us once the results had been reviewed. We were advised that this process could take a couple of weeks. If we had not heard from the office within that time frame, we were encouraged to contact them ourselves. With the procedures completed, my mother and I returned to Carlingview Manor via paratranspo. She settled back into her room, and I returned home. At that point, there was nothing more to do except wait. The samples had been collected. The testing had been completed. The information was now in the hands of the specialists. All future decisions would depend on what those results revealed. Looking back, April 16th represents a pivotal checkpoint in the timeline. The appointment did not involve a surgery. It did not involve a major treatment decision. Yet it provided something equally important. It gave the medical team an opportunity to look beneath the surface and determine whether recovery was merely appearing successful or whether the infection had truly been defeated. The answer to that question would shape everything that followed. May 7th, 2026, following up after 3 weeks of silence. By May 7th, 2026, exactly 3 weeks had passed since my mother's hip aspiration and synovial biopsy at the Ottawa hospital. When we left the hospital on April 16th, we had been told that the laboratory results would be reviewed by Dr. George Grammatopoulos and his team, and that we should expect to hear back within a couple of weeks. As the days passed, I waited. The aspiration and biopsy had been important procedures. The results would play a major role in determining the next stage of my mother's recovery and whether another hip replacement surgery could eventually move forward. Given the significance of those findings, I expected a follow-up conversation once the results had been analyzed. 1 week passed, then a second, then a third. By May 7th, I had still not received a call. At that point, I found myself reflecting on something that had become a recurring theme throughout my mother's journey: communication. Over the previous several months, I had learned that while the medical care itself was often excellent, communication between various departments, facilities, providers, and family members could sometimes be inconsistent. As her son and primary advocate, I had gradually accepted that I could not simply assume information would always flow automatically. Sometimes it was necessary to follow up, sometimes it was necessary to ask questions, and sometimes it was necessary to make the call yourself. Remembering the instructions we had been given on April 16th, I decided it was time to do exactly that. I contacted Dr. Grammatopoulos' office. My objective was simple. I wanted to know whether the results had been reviewed and what the next steps might be. The call was productive. Although I did not receive the detailed medical answers I was hoping for that day, I was able to successfully arrange a follow-up appointment. A telephone consultation was scheduled for May 16th. For me, that appointment represented more than just another date on the calendar. It represented movement. For 3 weeks, everything had felt as though it was on hold while we waited for information. Now there was a clear next step. The specialists had not forgotten about the case. The process was still moving forward. The answers simply required a little more patience. When the call ended, I felt reassured. The waiting period had not been ideal, but the follow-up was now in place. The specialist would soon provide an update on the aspiration and biopsy results. And with that update would hopefully come greater clarity regarding the future. Would the infection be considered fully resolved? Would another hip replacement surgery be possible, or would additional treatment still be required? Those questions remained unanswered, but for the first time in several weeks, there was a clear path toward obtaining those answers. Looking back, May 7th may seem like a relatively small entry compared to the surgeries, hospitalizations, and major medical milestones found elsewhere in the timeline. Yet it highlights an important reality of long-term medical care. Recovery is not only about treatments and procedures. It is also about advocacy. It is about staying informed. It is about asking questions when answers are delayed. And it is about ensuring that important conversations continue moving forward. On May 7th, that is exactly what happened. A simple phone call helped move the process forward and set the stage for the next important update in my mother's recovery journey. May 16th, 2026. Pretty good, but not clear enough yet. On May 16th, 2026, I received the follow-up call that had been arranged after my inquiry to Dr. George Grammatopoulos' office earlier in the month. By this point, exactly 1 month had passed since my mother's hip aspiration and synovial biopsy on April 16th. During that time, we had been waiting for the laboratory results and for the specialist to determine what those findings meant for her future treatment. Naturally, I hoped the call would provide a clear answer. After everything my mother had endured since December, I wanted to hear that the infection was gone, that the tests were clean, and that plans for another hip replacement surgery could finally begin moving forward. Instead, the update was more nuanced. The call came from one of Dr. Grammatopoulos' fellows, who had reviewed the case and the available results. His overall assessment was cautiously encouraging. In his words, things looked pretty good. Those two words immediately caught my attention. After months of battling infection, multiple surgeries, prolonged hospitalization, and rehabilitation, hearing that things looked pretty good was certainly positive news. However, the conversation quickly made it clear that the situation was not quite as straightforward as I had hoped. Although the results were encouraging overall, the medical team was not yet comfortable declaring victory. There remained indicators suggesting that some degree of infection or inflammatory activity might still be present within the body. The concern was not that my mother was visibly deteriorating, quite the opposite. Clinically, she continued to do well. The concern was that certain laboratory values had not yet reached the level of certainty required before proceeding with another major reconstructive surgery. The specialist did not want to take unnecessary risks. If another hip replacement was performed too soon and any infection remained, there was a possibility that the entire process could repeat itself. No one wanted that outcome. As a result, the team explained that they were still analyzing the data and carefully considering the safest path forward. At that stage, two potential scenarios remained under discussion. The first possibility was that the infection markers would continue improving and that another hip replacement surgery could eventually proceed. The second possibility was more cautious. If the specialists concluded that infection remained a concern, they might recommend another procedure before any new hip replacement was attempted. That procedure would involve surgically cleaning out the area again, addressing any remaining infection, allowing further healing to occur, and then performing additional testing before making another decision regarding reconstruction. In other words, the specialists were still evaluating which path offered the best chance of long-term success. While part of me wished for a more definitive answer, I also appreciated the careful approach being taken. At no point did I feel that the team was rushing. Every major decision was being driven by evidence rather than optimism. And given everything that had happened over the previous 5 months, that was exactly what I wanted. The fellow explained that the next step would be additional testing. The team intended to bring my mother back to the Ottawa hospital for further blood work and imaging studies. Those results would provide additional information and help guide the final decision-making process. For now, there was nothing further we needed to do except wait. The specialist would arrange the next appointment and contact us once the details had been finalized. When the call ended, I found myself feeling cautiously optimistic. The update had not provided the clear green light I had secretly hoped for, but neither had it delivered bad news. In many ways, it reflected the reality of complex medical recovery. Progress is not always measured in absolutes. Sometimes progress means hearing that things look pretty good, even if they are not quite perfect. Looking back, May 16th represents another important checkpoint in the timeline. The conversation confirmed that my mother's recovery continued moving in the right direction. At the same time, it reinforced the medical team's commitment to caution and thoroughness. No shortcuts would be taken, no assumptions would be made. Every decision would be based on evidence. And after everything that had happened, that approach provided a great deal of reassurance. The road forward remained uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, the uncertainty felt manageable. The overall picture remained positive. The specialist simply wanted more proof before taking the next major step. May 20th, 2026. A new facility move and another waiting period. On May 20th, 2026, I visited my mother at Carlingview Manor expecting a fairly routine visit. At that point, we were still waiting for the next update from Dr. George Grammatopoulos' team. The phone consultation on May 16th had provided cautious optimism, but it had also made it clear that additional testing would be required before any final decisions could be made regarding future surgery. As a result, much of my attention remained focused on the anticipated call from the Ottawa hospital. What I did not expect was to learn about another major transition in my mother's day-to-day care. During my visit, I was informed that the entire convalescence unit at Carlingview Manor was in the process of relocating. This was not simply a transfer involving a handful of residents. The entire unit, including patients and staff, was being moved to a new facility located in Orleans. The transition had been taking place gradually over a period of time, with residents being moved in stages as accommodations became available. My mother's move had now been scheduled. She would be transferred on May 24th, 2026. Her new facility would be Extendicare Beauclair, 555 Familcote Avenue, Orléans, Ontario. The staff explained that the moving day itself would be extremely busy and that family members were being asked not to visit during the transfer process. The goal was to allow staff to focus entirely on safely relocating residents and ensuring that everyone arrived and settled in without unnecessary disruptions. The request made perfect sense. Even so, it introduced yet another change into a journey that had already been filled with transitions. Since December, my mother had moved through multiple levels of care. She had gone from home to emergency, from emergency to hospital admission, from hospital admission to intensive care, from intensive care to specialist care, from specialist care to transitional care, from transitional care to convalescence. And now she was preparing for another move. Fortunately, this transition felt very different from the others. The earlier moves had been driven by medical necessity and escalating health concerns. This one was largely administrative and organizational in nature. Her condition was stable. Her recovery was continuing. The move was not being prompted by a new complication or setback. That distinction was important. As I reflected on the upcoming transfer, I found myself focusing on how much had changed over the previous 5 months. There had been a time when every new move carried fear and uncertainty. Now, while changes still required adjustment, they no longer carried the same sense of urgency or danger. My mother's health remained the primary focus. The move was simply part of the ongoing process of supporting her recovery. At the same time, another waiting period had begun. We were still waiting for the Ottawa hospital to contact us regarding the next round of blood work and imaging studies. The specialists were continuing to evaluate whether another hip replacement surgery would eventually be possible or whether additional intervention would be required first. That decision remained unresolved. For the moment, there was nothing we could do except continue moving forward one step at a time. My mother would soon be settling into a new facility. The specialists would eventually schedule the next round of testing, and additional answers would come when the time was right. Looking back, May 20th represents a chapter defined by transition and patience. No major medical decisions were made. No procedures were performed. No dramatic developments occurred. Instead, it was a reminder that recovery is often filled with periods of waiting for appointments, waiting for test results, waiting for decisions, waiting for the next step. By this point, both my mother and I had become quite familiar with that process, and once again we prepared ourselves to wait for what came next. May 24th, 2026. Scheduled transfer to Extendicare Beauclair. On May 24th, 2026, my mother underwent another transition in her recovery journey. Unlike many of the moves that had occurred earlier in the timeline, this transfer was not prompted by a medical emergency, a worsening condition, or the need for specialized treatment. Instead, It was part of a planned relocation involving the convalescence program that had been operating at Carlingview Manor. By this point, my mother had spent more than 2 months in convalescence. She had continued rebuilding her strength. She had remained medically stable, and she was still awaiting further testing and recommendations from Dr. George Grammatopoulos and his team regarding the possibility of future hip reconstruction surgery. The move itself had been scheduled in advance. Residents, staff, and support personnel were all being transferred to a newer facility in Orleans. Because of the scale of the operation and the number of individuals involved, family members were asked not to attend during the relocation process. The goal was to allow staff to focus entirely on ensuring that every resident was transferred safely and efficiently. As difficult as it was to stay away, I respected that request. By this point, I had developed tremendous appreciation for the staff members who had cared for my mother throughout her recovery. If they believed the move would proceed more smoothly without additional visitors present, I trusted their judgment. The destination for the transfer was Extendicare Beauclair, 555 Famille Côté Avenue, Orléans, Ontario. Although I was not present during the move itself, I spent much of the day thinking about how far my mother had come. Only a few months earlier, she had been fighting a severe infection that had spread into her bloodstream. She had undergone multiple surgeries. She had spent time in intensive care. There had been moments when specialists openly questioned whether the infection could be defeated. Now she was stable enough to be transferred as part of a planned facility relocation. That contrast was remarkable. It served as another reminder of just how much progress had been made since the darkest days of January. At the same time, I understood that her journey was far from over. The antibiotic spacer remained in place. The long-term plan regarding her hip had not yet been finalized. Additional testing was still expected, and decisions regarding future surgery were still pending. Yet despite those uncertainties, the overall trajectory remained positive. The transfer did not represent a setback, it represented continuity. Her rehabilitation would continue, her care team would continue supporting her recovery, and life would move forward in a new environment. In many ways, Extendicare Beauclair became the next chapter in a story that was increasingly focused on rebuilding rather than surviving. The questions facing us had changed significantly from those we had faced only a few months earlier. We were no longer asking whether my mother would survive the infection. We were no longer wondering whether emergency surgery would be required. Instead, we were asking how much mobility she might regain, whether another hip replacement would eventually be possible, and what her long-term quality of life might look like. Those were far better questions to be asking. Looking back, May 24th stands as another milestone that reflects the gradual transition from acute medical crisis to long-term recovery. The move itself may have appeared routine on paper, but within the larger context of my mother's journey, it symbolized something much more meaningful. It symbolized progress. And after everything that had happened since December 11th, 2025, progress was never something we took for granted. June 9th, 2026. The MRI that never happened. June 9th, 2026 was supposed to be another step forward. My mother had been scheduled for an MRI at Queensway Carleton Hospital, requested by Dr. George Grammatopoulos as part of the ongoing assessment of her condition and the planning process for possible next steps. By this point, I had become accustomed to coordinating the many moving pieces involved in her care: appointments, transportation, hospital confirmations, facility communication, follow-ups, medical questions, and recovery updates had all become part of the routine. I booked paratranspo, confirmed the appointment, and prepared myself for what I expected would be a long but necessary day. The appointment itself was already going to be challenging. My mother was now living at Extendicare Beauclair in Orléans, and the MRI was scheduled at Queensway Carleton Hospital, across the city in the Britannia area. It would require a long paratranspo ride each way. My mother had already struggled at times with transportation, and this trip would be one of the longest and most physically demanding rides she had faced. On top of that, the test itself was an MRI. That meant she would need to be placed inside the machine and remain still for the scan. Given everything her body had endured over the previous months, I knew this would not be easy for her. Still, this was part of the process. Dr. Grammatopoulos had requested the MRI, and I trusted that it was important. At this stage, every test mattered. Every piece of information could help determine whether infection remained, whether another surgery might be possible, and what path would give my mother the best chance moving forward. As I had done so many times before, I planned to accompany her from beginning to end. My role was simple. I would get to Extendicare Beauclair early, ride with her in paratranspo to the hospital, attend the appointment with her, ride back with her, make sure she was properly settled back into her room, and then make my own way home afterward. That had become my pattern. It was not always easy, but it mattered. My mother had been through too much to face these appointments alone. That morning, I made my way to Extendicare Beauclair about an hour early. I wanted to make sure she was comfortable, prepared, and ready for the trip. I also wanted to make sure the required documents and arrangements were in place before the paratranspo pickup arrived. When I reached her room, what I saw is something I will never forget. My mother was sitting in her wheelchair, slumped forward, appearing to be falling out of the chair. She was unresponsive. Her eyes were partly open, but she did not respond to me. There was vomit all over her shirt. For a moment, everything stopped. This was not the woman I had expected to find waiting for transport. This was not a patient simply having a difficult morning. This was a medical situation unfolding right in front of me. I immediately rushed to her side. I tried speaking to her. I kissed her forehead. I lifted her head carefully and tried to bring her upright. She remained unresponsive. I checked her pulse, and it seemed very slow to me. At that point, my focus shifted completely. The MRI no longer mattered. The paratranspo no longer mattered. The appointment no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered was getting someone to her immediately. I pressed the emergency call button multiple times. After approximately 5 minutes, no one had come. I could not leave my mother alone in that condition, but I also could not stand there and wait while she remained slumped, unresponsive, and covered in vomit. So I raised my voice and called down the hall for help. When staff arrived, the first question I was asked was whether we were ready for the appointment. I immediately made it clear that the appointment was no longer the priority. I told them that my mother needed to be placed in bed comfortably, that her vital signs needed to be checked, that the on-site doctor needed to be called, and that we would likely be sending her to emergency. The response from some of the staff initially felt far too calm for the seriousness of what I had just walked into. I understand that different staff members have different roles, training levels, and experience. I also understand that care facilities operate differently from hospitals. Still, as her son, finding my mother in that condition was deeply distressing. In that moment, I needed urgency. Once the nurse arrived, she agreed that the situation needed immediate attention and that the doctor should be called. I also made it clear that we would not be going to the MRI appointment. Before anything else could happen, my mother had to be cleaned and safely transferred to bed. It became clear that she had completely soiled herself. I had no way of knowing how long she had been sitting in that condition, unresponsive, slumped over in her wheelchair. The staff changed her, cleaned her, and got her into bed. Only then did the situation begin to feel somewhat controlled. The on-site doctor arrived and assessed her. Her vital signs were checked. According to the assessment at that time, everything appeared to be stable. Because she seemed to stabilize once she was cleaned and placed in bed, the decision was made not to call emergency immediately. Even so, I knew we could not proceed with the MRI. I canceled the paratranspo transport. I also called Queensway Carleton Hospital and canceled the MRI appointment directly. The day that had been carefully planned around diagnostic imaging had become something entirely different. The MRI never happened. Instead, the morning became another reminder of just how fragile my mother's condition remained. What made this episode even more concerning was the broader context. Over the previous weeks, I had been trying to remain positive. I had been doing my best to focus on progress, to believe in recovery, and to keep myself mentally strong enough to continue supporting her. I know that I am a crucial part of my mother's recovery, and I need to remain steady enough to handle the challenges that continue to arise. But there are certain things that can no longer be ignored. During the events of June 9th, I was told something important by the head nurse. She told me that my mother's health had been declining since she arrived at Extendicare Beauclair. That statement was shocking to hear, but also important. It confirmed something I had been sensing but had been reluctant to fully accept. My mother's condition was not simply stable and waiting for the next step. There appeared to be a decline taking place. That immediately brought my mind back to the earlier stages of this journey, when the infection had been spreading silently and no one yet knew what was happening. Back then, the outward explanations did not match the deeper reality. Her wound appeared fine. Her symptoms were initially attributed to dehydration and malnutrition, but beneath the surface, an infection was causing serious damage. After what happened today, I could not help but think about that pattern again. Convalescence has an important role, but it is not a hospital. It does not provide daily blood testing. It does not provide full hospital-level monitoring. It does not have advanced diagnostic equipment on site, such as MRI imaging. It does not provide the same level of continuous medical investigation available in an acute care environment. And my mother no longer appears to be in a condition where long-distance travel for testing is easily manageable. That is the reality I am now facing. The meeting scheduled for tomorrow has suddenly taken on much greater importance. Originally, the purpose of the meeting was to discuss extending my mother's stay at Extendicare Beauclair. I had recently learned that the maximum stay for convalescence is 90 days, and that this includes the time she had already spent at Carlingview Manor. Her 90-day limit is approaching within approximately 1 week. The meeting will include several members of her care team, including the Assistant Director of Care at Extendicare Beauclair, a social worker, a doctor, a physiotherapist, and a coordinator from Ontario Health at Home. Before today, my primary focus for that meeting was requesting an extension of her convalescent stay. After today, my thinking has changed. The question is no longer only whether she should remain in convalescence longer. The larger question is whether convalescence is still the appropriate level of care for her at all. After finding her unresponsive, slumped forward in her wheelchair, covered in vomit, and later learning that her health has reportedly been declining since arriving at the facility, I feel much less comfortable with the idea that she can simply continue where she is without a more complete medical assessment. I discussed this concern with the on-site doctor today. At this stage, my instinct is that tomorrow's meeting needs to be approached with a much broader focus. I need to listen carefully to the options presented. But based on what I saw today, I am strongly leaning toward having my mother sent to emergency and admitted to hospital if possible, so that doctors can properly investigate what is happening. My concern is simple. If infection remains, if something has changed internally, or if another medical issue is developing, it needs to be identified and addressed in a hospital setting. Not weeks from now, not after another difficult transport across the city, not after more waiting. Now, I do not say that lightly. I understand that hospitals are busy. I understand that convalescence exists for a reason. I understand that every level of care has its proper place. But after today, I feel much safer with my mother under hospital-level care, at least until the medical team can determine why she appears to be declining and whether the infection has truly been cleared. June 9th was supposed to be about an MRI. Instead, it became a day of fear, urgency, canceled plans, difficult observations, and a painful reassessment of where things truly stand. It was one of the most disturbing days of this entire journey. And it may prove to be another turning point. Tomorrow's meeting will determine what happens next. June 10th to June 23rd, 2026. Reassessment, advocacy, and reconnecting the care team. The day after the canceled MRI, I arrived at Extendicare Beauclair for what had originally been planned as a care meeting to discuss my mother's convalescent stay. Before June 9th, the meeting already mattered. My mother had been in convalescence for an extended period, first at Carlingview Manor and then at Extendicare Beauclair. I had recently learned that the convalescent stay was limited to 90 days total, including the time already spent at Carlingview. That meant her approved time was approaching its limit. As her son and full-time family caregiver, I knew she was nowhere near ready to return home. Although I live with my mother and have been deeply involved in her care from the beginning, her needs at this stage were far beyond what I could safely manage alone at home. She could not get to the bathroom independently. She required staff assistance for changing, cleaning, repositioning, toileting, medication management, and basic daily care. Even in the facility, some of these tasks required more than one staff member. She was also taking multiple medications, which I was still in the process of identifying and understanding. Before any discussion of home care could be realistic, I needed to know exactly what she was taking, what each medication was for, and what level of care would be required to keep her safe. After what happened on June 9th, however, the purpose of the meeting became much more urgent. The previous morning, I had found my mother in her wheelchair, slumped forward, unresponsive, with vomit on her shirt. The planned MRI at Queensway Carleton Hospital never happened. Instead, that day became a deeply disturbing reminder that her condition might be more fragile than I had hoped. When I arrived at Beauclair on June 10th, I went to check on my mother before the meeting. She appeared stable, but she did not appear anywhere close to being ready for transport, discharge, or any level of independence. After what I had seen the day before, it was clear to me that her situation needed to be reassessed seriously. The meeting took place in a boardroom at Extendicare Beauclair. There were approximately a dozen people present, including several key members of her care team. The main individuals I consider important to document were Rishi Gautam, Assistant Director of Care, Nancy LaMadeline, RSW, MSW, Social Worker, Dr. Chelvi Pandian, On-Site Physician at Beauclair, Sandia Jose, Head Nurse involved in my mother's care. During the meeting, I explained my concerns clearly. I told them that I felt my mother had been slowly declining for some time. I explained what I had found the previous day and why I believed her situation required a higher level of medical assessment than convalescence could provide. In particular, I expressed that she needed to be assessed thoroughly at the Ottawa Hospital, which was the closest hospital and therefore more realistic than attempting another long-distance transfer across the city. I also made it clear that wheelchair transportation was no longer appropriate in her current condition. If she needed to be transported, it would need to be done by stretcher. The key people in the meeting agreed with my concerns and told me that I had their full support in the process. That support was important. For months, one of the greatest challenges in my mother's care had been the lack of consistent communication between hospitals, specialists, facilities, doctors, fellows, nurses, social workers, and family. At this meeting, there was at least a shared understanding that my mother required further medical evaluation, and that I was not exaggerating the seriousness of what I had observed. After the meeting, I returned to my mother's room while the staff began making arrangements. They organized transportation. They contacted the hospital. Dr. Chelvi Pandian prepared documentation to accompany my mother and support the transfer. Because I had to return to work that day, I made the difficult decision to trust the process. That was not easy. After everything that had happened since December, leaving my mother during another medical transfer was emotionally difficult, but I also understood that the facility team was now involved. The doctor had assessed the situation and the appropriate steps were being taken. My mother had her cell phone with her, and I hoped she was in good hands. I was not able to speak with her later that same day, but the next day she called me. She told me that multiple tests had been performed at the hospital. Following the assessment, the hospital determined that she was not in critical condition and sent her back to Extendicare Beauclair. They also prescribed a 7-day course of antibiotics called ciprofloxacin. Ciprofloxacin is a prescription antibiotic from the fluoroquinolone class. It is commonly used to treat certain bacterial infections by interfering with bacterial DNA replication, which prevents bacteria from multiplying. In my mother's case, given the long history of infection and the uncertainty surrounding her recent decline, the decision to prescribe another antibiotic course appeared to be a reasonable precaution. Even though this was not the outcome I had expected, I had no choice but to continue trusting the process. Part of me had hoped that she would be admitted to hospital for a more complete workup and closer monitoring. After finding her unresponsive the day before, I felt strongly that a hospital setting would provide the safest environment for identifying what was happening. However, the hospital assessment concluded that she was stable enough to return to Beauclair with antibiotics and continued care. At that stage, the plan became to keep her comfortable, continue supporting her recovery, complete the antibiotic course, and wait for the next step. Shortly after she returned to Beauclair, another hospital appointment was confirmed. The appointment was scheduled for June 22nd at the Ottawa Hospital. This was not a rescheduling of the MRI that had originally been planned at Queensway Carleton Hospital. Instead, it was for radiology, specifically an ultrasound appointment at the Ottawa Hospital, which was much closer to Beauclair. When I learned about this appointment, I took action. First, I rescheduled the appointment to a tentative later date of July 6th. My reason was simple. After what had happened on June 9th, I felt strongly that it was too soon to begin moving her again for outside appointments, unless absolutely necessary. Her condition seemed too fragile, and I did not want to expose her to another transport unless she was strong enough to tolerate it. As the new date approaches, I plan to reassess her condition and determine whether travel seems realistic. The second thing I did was contact the hospital to confirm that I am listed as the primary contact for my mother's appointments and care coordination. This was very important. I speak with my mother several times daily. I visit regularly. I have been present throughout the major events in her case history. I understand her baseline condition, her limitations, and how well she is likely to tolerate travel on any given day. For that reason, I need to be included in appointment confirmations and planning decisions. When appointments are made without my direct awareness, there is a greater risk that transportation may be arranged for a day when she is simply not well enough to travel. During the same period, I also took another important step. I sent the complete case history document to key people involved in my mother's care. This included Rishi Gautam and Nancy Lamadeline at Extendicare Beauclair, as well as Dr. Grammatopoulos' office, specifically his assistant, Natalie Bedard. I copied all parties together on the same communication. The purpose was intentional. For months, one of the biggest challenges in this journey has been fragmented communication. Different people have known different parts of the story. Specialists have had surgical information. Facilities have had current care information. Social workers have had placement information. Nurses have had daily care information. But very few people have had the full picture from beginning to end. My goal in sending the document was to connect everyone. I wanted the people currently involved in my mother's care to have the same case history, the same timeline, and the same understanding of what she has been through. I also asked both parties what the next steps would be. At this stage, I did not want assumptions. I wanted clarity. On June 23rd, I went to visit my mother at Extendicare Beauclair. She was still confined to bed, but I noticed encouraging signs. She appeared to be eating more. She appeared to be drinking more fluids. Cognitively, she seemed very close to her normal self, perhaps nearly 100% from my perspective. She was alert, aware, and able to communicate clearly. She still seemed drowsy at times, which I believe may be related to medication, fatigue, and the overall toll of everything her body has endured. Even so, compared to the fear and uncertainty surrounding June 9th, this visit gave me some reassurance. She was not back to where I want her to be. She was still weak, she was still bedbound, she still required significant care, and the larger medical questions remained unresolved. But she appeared more stable than she had during the most frightening moments of the previous 2 weeks. At this point, I continue to do what I have done throughout this entire journey. I speak with her daily. I visit regularly. I monitor her condition as closely as I can. I continue communicating with the care teams involved. I wait for updates from Dr. Grammatopoulos' office. And I continue trying to ensure that everyone involved in her care is working from the same set of facts. This period has reinforced something I have come to understand very clearly. My mother's recovery is not only about medical procedures, antibiotics, rehabilitation, or future surgery. It is also about coordination. It is about communication. It is about advocacy. It is about making sure that important information does not get lost as she moves between hospitals, facilities, departments, and care teams. June 10th to June 23rd was not defined by one single event. It was defined by reassessment. It was defined by uncertainty. It was defined by the need to connect people who should already have been connected. And it was defined by my ongoing effort to keep my mother safe, informed, supported, and seen. For now, we wait. But this time we wait with more documentation, more communication, and a clearer record of what has happened so far. July 2nd, 2026. Planning where Mom goes next. In the week following June 23rd, I found myself thinking more seriously than ever about what would happen next. For months, I had tried very hard to trust the process. That did not mean I had stopped observing. It did not mean I had stopped questioning things internally. And it certainly did not mean that my instincts had gone quiet. Quite the opposite. There had been many moments throughout my mother's convalescent stay when something did not feel right to me. I had watched changes in her strength, mobility, endurance, appetite, and general condition. On more than one occasion, I had concerns that I chose not to push aggressively because I wanted to remain positive, give the professionals room to do their jobs, and avoid assuming that every difficult day represented a serious setback. I had spent months telling myself to trust the process. By late June, however, another reality had become impossible to ignore. My mother's 90-day convalescence period had expired. That 90-day period included her time at both Carling View Manor and Extendicare Beauclair. With the formal convalescent window now exhausted, there was increasing pressure to determine where she would go next. This created an uncomfortable situation. My mother was still profoundly dependent on others for daily care. She remained unable to independently transfer herself to the bathroom. She required assistance for toileting, changing, cleaning, repositioning, and transfers. In many cases, more than one staff member was required. She was also taking multiple medications, many of which I was still working to fully identify and understand. At the same time, I was being asked to participate in planning where she would go once convalescence ended. I asked whether she could remain at Beauclair temporarily while I worked through the available options. The facility agreed to keep her for a few additional days, but it was made clear that a formal care planning meeting would be required on July 2nd to determine the next steps. At that point, I decided that I could not go into the meeting unprepared. I needed a backup plan. The possibility that my mother might eventually be discharged home had to be taken seriously. So I asked myself the most important question: if they sent her home, could I actually take care of her? Not emotionally, practically. Could I manage the transfers? Could I create a safe room? Could I handle meals, hydration, toileting, hygiene, medications, transportation, and emergencies? Could I coordinate professional support around her? The more carefully I thought through the realities of her day-to-day care, the more confident I became that home care could at least be a legitimate option worth discussing. I had spent months watching how her care was provided in convalescence. I had observed the equipment. I had watched transfers. I had seen how her room was arranged. I had learned her routines. I knew what she struggled with and what she could still do. Rather than approaching the idea emotionally, I began approaching it as a logistical problem that could potentially be solved. I started preparing our home. I acquired equipment, including a wheelchair and other items similar to those being used in convalescence. I rearranged the living space to make it wheelchair accessible. I planned clear transfer areas. I considered where she would sleep, where a bedside commode could be positioned, how she could sit comfortably during the day, how meals would be handled, and how emergency access would work. I mentally walked through what an entire day of caring for her at home would look like. Morning, transfers, meals, hydration, medication, toileting, cleaning, rest, transportation, professional visits, emergencies. The more I planned it, the less abstract the idea became. This was still only a contingency plan. I was not insisting that my mother be sent home, nor was I suggesting that professional care was unnecessary. Quite the opposite. If home care became the preferred option, I wanted it supported by Ontario Health at Home, nursing, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, personal support workers, and whatever additional services could reasonably be arranged. But I also wanted everyone in the meeting to understand that sending her home did not have to mean sending her into an unsafe or unprepared environment. To make that clear, I prepared a formal home care readiness plan. The document included 1. Purpose of the document, 2. Current clinical situation, 3. Home environment, 4. A proposed room layout, including a detailed diagram drawn to scale, 5. Proposed home care plan, 6. Daily living requirements, 7. Safe transfer planning, 8. Equipment requirements, 9. Transportation planning, 10. Professional support requirements, 11. Topics for discussion, 12. Conclusion. I distributed the plan in advance to the people I knew would be participating in the July 2nd meeting. I wanted the discussion to be practical. I wanted everyone to see that I had thought through the details, and I wanted us to explore every realistic option rather than rushing toward a discharge decision simply because the convalescence clock had expired. On July 2nd, I arrived at Extendicare Beauclair for the meeting. My mother attended in her wheelchair. My Aunt Louise, my mother's sister, also attended. I was there as my mother's son, primary family advocate, and potential full-time caregiver. Other key participants included Rishi Gautam, Assistant Director of Care at Extendicare Beauclair, who joined remotely through Zoom, Nancy Lamadeline, RSW, MSW, Social Worker, José Desbiens, Ontario Health at Home Care Coordinator. The discussion covered the major questions surrounding my mother's immediate and longer-term future. Could she remain at Beauclair temporarily? Would another surgery be possible? If surgery was delayed, where should she recover? Could home care eventually become realistic? What equipment and professional supports would be required? What could Ontario Health at Home provide? What level of assistance would be needed for safe transfers and personal care? There were no simple answers. However, one point eventually became clear and gave me some reassurance. No final discharge decision would be made until Dr. George Grammatopoulos had another opportunity to assess my mother's condition and review additional test results. That meant the immediate plan shifted away from determining where she would be discharged and toward gathering the medical information needed to make that decision responsibly. 2 important appointments were now confirmed. The first was scheduled for July 6th at the Ottawa Hospital. My mother would undergo another radiology procedure involving ultrasound-guided evaluation and aspiration, with the goal of obtaining additional information regarding whether infection remained. I would accompany her using paratranspo, as I had done for previous hospital appointments. The second appointment was scheduled for July 13th. That appointment would be with Dr. George Grammatopoulos, who would review the findings and help determine what should happen next. Depending on the results, several possibilities remained. One possibility was that another hip surgery could move forward. Another was that additional time would be needed before surgery could safely be attempted. There was also the possibility that continued recovery outside the hospital would be required while the medical team waited for the right time to proceed. And if appropriate, home care with sufficient professional support remained one of the options to be explored. Most importantly, the group agreed that my mother would remain at Extendicare Beauclair until Dr. Grammatopoulos had reviewed the aspiration results and provided his recommendation. For me, that decision brought some relief. It bought us time, almost 2 weeks. After weeks of feeling pressure to determine where my mother would go, we finally had a clear medical checkpoint before any major placement decision would be made. At the same time, I remained deeply uneasy about the upcoming July 6th appointment. I had not forgotten what happened on June 9th. That morning, my mother had been scheduled for an MRI, and I found her unresponsive in her wheelchair before the trip even began. Now we were preparing to transport her again. Everyone involved, including my mother, seemed reasonably comfortable with the plan. I was the one still carrying significant hesitation. My instincts continued telling me that travel might be difficult for her, but we also needed answers. Without the aspiration and Dr. Grammatopoulos' assessment, we could not make an informed decision about surgery, recovery, discharge, or long-term care. So once again, I agreed to trust the process. The plan was now clear. My mother would remain at Beauclair. We would prepare for the July 6th hospital appointment. I would accompany her. The aspiration results would be reviewed. And on July 13th, Dr. Grammatopoulos would hopefully give us the medical direction we had been waiting for. The July 2nd meeting did not solve everything, but it changed the immediate problem. We were no longer being forced to decide where my mother would go without knowing what her medical future looked like. For the moment, placement decisions would wait for medical answers, and after everything we had been through, that felt like the most reasonable decision available. Now all that remained was getting through July 6th. I hoped my concerns about the trip were simply the result of everything I had witnessed over the previous months. I hoped the transportation would go smoothly. I hoped the procedure would finally give us the answers we needed. And more than anything, I hoped my mother was strong enough for what came next. July 6th, 2026. The appointment we could not make. On the morning of July 6, 2026, I arrived at Extendicare Beauclair, prepared to accompany my mother to another important hospital appointment. The plan was familiar. She was scheduled to travel by paratranspo to the Ottawa Hospital for another radiology-guided aspiration, intended to provide the medical team with updated information about whether infection remained and what the next step might be. I would ride with her, attend the appointment, stay by her side throughout the process, and return with her to Beauclair afterward. A follow-up appointment with Dr. George Grammatopoulos had already been scheduled for the following Monday, July 13th. The expectation was that he would review the aspiration results and discuss what they meant for my mother's future care, including whether another hip surgery might eventually be possible. On paper, everything was organized. In reality, I had been uneasy about the trip from the beginning. I knew my mother better than anyone involved in the transportation planning. I had been beside her through this entire journey for nearly 7 months. I had seen her strong. I had seen her critically ill. I had seen her confused, exhausted, improving, declining, recovering, and struggling. Over time, I had become very familiar with the subtle signals that told me when something was not right. My instincts were telling me that she was not ready for another trip. But once again, I allowed myself to be reassured. Others believed she could make it. My mother herself believed she could make it. And because the aspiration was important, because Dr. Grammatopoulos needed the results, and because we desperately needed clarity about what came next, I agreed to proceed. When I arrived at Beauclair that Monday morning, those concerns were immediately confirmed. Once again, I walked into my mother's room and found a scene that stopped me in my tracks. She was alone in her wheelchair. She was slumped over. She had become incontinent and had soiled herself. She had vomited on herself. She was not responding normally. The similarities to what I had witnessed on June 9th were impossible to ignore. Less than a month earlier, I had arrived to accompany her to an MRI, and instead found her in almost the same condition. That appointment had never happened. Now, on July 6th, history appeared to be repeating itself. This time, however, my reaction internally was different. I was angry. Not simply because the appointment would need to be canceled, not simply because another carefully arranged medical test was falling apart. I was angry because I could no longer pretend that what I had been observing over the previous several months was insignificant. My mother's health had been declining. I had seen it. I had felt it. I had questioned it. And more than once I had chosen to suppress those concerns and trust that the system around her knew better. Standing in her room that morning, seeing her slumped in the wheelchair, soiled and covered in vomit, I could no longer convince myself that everything was simply part of a normal recovery. From my perspective, she was clearly not in a condition to be transported across the city for a medical procedure. Whatever disappointment I felt about the missed appointment immediately became secondary. My mother needed care first. Despite how angry and distressed I felt, I kept my composure. There would be time later to process what I was feeling. In that moment, I needed to act. I went into the hallway and urgently called for nursing staff. I made it clear that my mother needed attention immediately, and that she needed to be transferred out of the wheelchair and placed safely in bed. Staff responded. She was cleaned, she was changed, she was made comfortable, and she was transferred into bed. Once she was settled, she gradually became more responsive. She was able to speak. She appeared comfortable. And thankfully, she seemed more like herself again. That provided some reassurance, but it did not change the larger problem. The aspiration appointment could not happen. I canceled the paratranspo. I contacted the hospital and canceled the aspiration itself. I then turned my attention to the July 13th appointment with Dr. Grammatopoulos. That appointment had been scheduled specifically so he could review and discuss the results of the aspiration. Now there would be no aspiration results to review. There was little value in keeping an appointment that depended on testing which had never taken place. So I canceled the July 13th consultation as well. I informed the office that I would provide an updated status once I had a clearer understanding of my mother's condition and what we should do next. For the moment, the medical planning process came to a stop. No aspiration, no results, no July 13th review, no immediate path toward deciding whether another hip surgery could proceed. Instead, we were back to a more fundamental question. What was happening to my mother? By the time I left Beauclair that day, she was conscious, comfortable in bed, speaking clearly, and being looked after. That was the most important thing. But emotionally, I was no longer in the same place I had been before the appointment. For months, I had worked very hard to remain positive. I had repeatedly reminded myself that recovery takes time. I had trusted medical professionals. I had trusted the convalescence process. I had tried not to interpret every difficult day as evidence that something was seriously wrong. And when my instincts told me otherwise, I had often pushed those thoughts aside. I no longer felt comfortable doing that. The pattern had become too difficult to ignore. June 9th, now July 6th, 2 separate hospital appointments, 2 mornings when I arrived expecting to accompany my mother for important diagnostic testing. And twice I found her slumped in her wheelchair, unable to safely travel, after vomiting and becoming incontinent. Both appointments had to be canceled before we ever left Beauclair. That was no longer something I could treat as coincidence. It demanded an explanation. It also forced me to confront a broader concern that had been building quietly throughout her time in convalescence. My mother had entered convalescence because she was medically stable enough to leave acute hospital care and begin rebuilding her strength. Yet over the course of that convalescent period, I had watched her become increasingly dependent. She was now spending much of her time confined to bed. Transportation had become extraordinarily difficult. Appointments that were necessary to determine her medical future could no longer reliably take place because she was not strong enough to make the trip. Something about the situation had to change. When I returned home later that day, I called my mother. She was comfortable and able to speak with me. Knowing that helped, but I also understood that simply getting through another episode and returning her to bed was no longer enough. I needed guidance. I needed Beauclair to tell me what they were seeing. I needed to understand whether her current condition could realistically be managed there. And I needed to know what the next medical step should be now that the aspiration and follow-up with Dr. Grammatopoulos had both been canceled. At the end of July 6th, I did not yet have those answers. But one thing had become very clear to me. I could no longer ignore what I was seeing with my own eyes. For months, I had tried to balance trust in the medical system with trust in my own instincts as the person who knew my mother best. After July 6th, that balance shifted. I would still listen to the professionals. I would still respect their expertise, but I would no longer silence my own observations. simply because they were inconvenient or difficult to accept. Something was wrong. And this time, I was determined to keep asking questions until someone helped me understand what it was. July 8th, 2026. Back to the hospital. The day after the failed aspiration appointment, I spent almost all of July 7th thinking. For months, I had tried to remain positive. I had tried to trust the process. I had reminded myself repeatedly that my mother's situation was complicated, that recovery could be slow, and that the people caring for her had professional experience that I did not. But after what happened on July 6th, something changed in me. I could no longer look at each incident in isolation. Instead, I began looking backward at the entire convalescence period and asking myself a much more difficult question. What had actually happened to my mother during those months? When she entered convalescence, the purpose had been rehabilitation. The infection appeared to be under control. She was no longer connected to intravenous antibiotics. She was getting out of bed. She was spending significant portions of the day upright in her wheelchair. She was participating in physiotherapy. The objective was to rebuild strength and gradually move toward greater independence. Yet now, months later, I was looking at a very different situation. She was spending much of her time in bed. Her ability to tolerate transportation had deteriorated dramatically. Important medical appointments had become increasingly difficult and eventually impossible for her to attend. On June 9th, I had arrived to accompany her to an MRI and found her slumped over and unresponsive in her wheelchair after vomiting and becoming incontinent. On July 6th, I arrived for another important hospital appointment and found an alarmingly similar scene. Twice within less than 1 month, I had arrived expecting to take my mother for diagnostic testing, and instead found her physically incapable of making the trip. I could no longer ignore the pattern. Throughout July 7th, I mentally reconstructed the previous several months. I thought about where she had started. I thought about where she was now. I thought about the gradual changes I had witnessed from week to week. And I became increasingly concerned about what would happen if nothing changed. I was no longer comfortable simply waiting for someone else to determine the next step. The rate of decline I believed I was witnessing frightened me. Whether my interpretation was medically correct or not, one thing was undeniable from my perspective as her son. My mother was not getting stronger. And continuing indefinitely under the same circumstances no longer felt acceptable to me. I also spent much of that day preparing myself for another possibility: home. Over the previous weeks, I had already developed a detailed home care readiness plan. I had rearranged our living space. I had acquired equipment. I had studied her daily routine and thought carefully about transfers, hygiene, nutrition, medication management, transportation, professional home care support, and emergency planning. On July 7th, I went further. I physically walked through the environment again. I practiced. I visualized how I would care for her from morning until night. I thought about what I could manage myself and where I would require professional assistance. The more I considered it, the more strongly I felt that bringing her home might ultimately give her something she desperately needed: a change. I knew home care would not be easy. I also knew love and determination were not substitutes for medical training. There were aspects of her care that would require nurses, personal support workers, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, physician oversight, and other professional services. But there were also things I knew I could provide: constant attention, familiar surroundings, careful nutrition and hydration, medication oversight based on clear medical instructions, regular observation, immediate recognition when something changed, and perhaps most importantly, someone beside her who had witnessed virtually every stage of the previous 7 months. I had also begun examining her medication regimen more carefully. I was particularly concerned about medications being used to manage symptoms such as dizziness or vertigo, and whether medication-related drowsiness might be contributing to how sleepy and disengaged she sometimes appeared. I did not yet have enough medical information to draw conclusions about that, but I wanted answers. I wanted to understand exactly what she was taking, why she was taking it, what the potential side effects were, and whether every medication remained necessary. My thinking had also reached a much more personal level. I had to consider the possibility that my mother's condition might not improve. It was painful even to allow that thought into my mind. But if we were approaching a stage where recovery was becoming less certain, I knew my mother's comfort and dignity had to become part of every decision. If her remaining time were ever to become limited, I knew she would want as much of that time as reasonably possible in the familiarity of her own home, surrounded by the things and people she knew, rather than spending it indefinitely in an institutional room. I was not giving up on her. Quite the opposite. I was preparing to fight for a different approach. By the end of July 7th, I had reached an important decision. I was going to take action. I did not yet know exactly what form that action would take, but waiting passively for the next instruction was no longer an option. The following morning, July 8th, before I had even determined precisely what my first move would be, my telephone rang. The call came from Extendicare Beauclair. I was informed that my mother's condition had declined significantly. With the July 6th aspiration canceled and the July 13th follow-up appointment with Dr. George Grammatopoulos consequently canceled as well, Beauclair had reached the conclusion that they could no longer continue managing her there under the existing circumstances. They had sent her to the emergency department at the Ottawa hospital. For a moment, I did not know exactly what I felt. Part of me was angry. Part of me was confused. Part of me was frightened. And another part of me immediately shifted into the mode I had become accustomed to throughout this journey. What do we do now? My first action was to call my mother's cell phone. She answered. That alone brought some immediate relief. More importantly, she seemed pleased to be out of convalescence and back in a hospital environment. She told me that the hospital intended to place her in a room and perform additional testing. As we spoke, my perspective began to change. Maybe this was not another setback. Maybe, given everything that had happened, this was exactly where she needed to be. For months, one of the greatest logistical problems had been getting my mother to the medical care she required. Every test meant transportation. Every hospital appointment meant preparing her for a wheelchair. Every trip meant paratranspo. Every procedure meant getting her across the city and then safely back to the facility. And twice, those plans had collapsed before we even left Beauclair because she was simply too unwell to travel. Now that problem had effectively disappeared. She was already at the Ottawa hospital. The diagnostic equipment was there. Laboratory testing was there. Imaging was there. Physicians were there. Specialists could be consulted. If additional medical treatment was required, she was already in the environment where it could be provided. If surgery eventually became appropriate, she was within the hospital system that had been managing the most complex stage of her orthopedic care. And if the medical team determined that she was stable enough to leave, then the possibility of bringing her home with appropriate support could be discussed from there. The more I considered the situation, the more I realized that despite the frightening circumstances that had brought us to this point, being back in hospital might actually be the best possible development available to us. For the first time in weeks, the central question was no longer, how do we get Mom to the medical care she needs? She was there. I stayed on the phone with her for a while. I reassured her and allowed her to settle. I asked her to call me once the hospital had placed her comfortably in a room. Once that happened, I planned to visit her, see her condition for myself, and hopefully begin getting information from the doctors about what was happening. July 8th marked the end of another chapter in my mother's recovery. Convalescence was over. Not because rehabilitation had been completed, not because she had regained her independence, and not because we had reached the outcome we had hoped for when she first entered convalescence months earlier. It ended because her medical condition had reached a point where a higher level of assessment and care was once again required. That distinction mattered. My mother had entered convalescence to rebuild. She was now returning to hospital because something needed to be understood. In a strange way, I felt relief. There were still enormous questions ahead. Why had she declined? Was infection still playing a role? What did her blood work show? What had caused the episodes of vomiting, incontinence, reduced responsiveness, and inability to tolerate transportation? What was happening with her hip? Was another surgery still realistic? Could she eventually come home? I did not know, but at least now we were somewhere those questions could begin to be investigated. For months I had been trying to get my mother to the next test, the next appointment, the next specialist, the next answer. On July 8th, the circumstances finally brought the medical system to her. She was back in the hospital, and for the moment that was exactly where I wanted her to be. July 9th, 2026. Surgery can wait. Recovery comes first. On the morning of July 9th, I called the Ottawa hospital to find out whether my mother had finally been admitted to a room. She had. Room 5525. I was already familiar with that area of the hospital from previous visits, which gave me at least some sense of familiarity as we entered yet another new stage of this journey. The hospital also gave me another important update. My mother had spent much of the night undergoing tests. After arriving through emergency the previous day, the medical team had apparently used the overnight hours to begin investigating her condition thoroughly. I was told that a doctor would contact me once more information was available. Ordinarily, I might have simply waited for the call, but by this point I felt that I had done enough waiting for appointments, waiting for results, waiting for return calls, waiting for someone else to determine the next step. After everything that had happened, I wanted to see my mother myself. I called her and told her I was coming to the hospital. I also hoped that by being physically present, I might have an opportunity to speak directly with one of the doctors involved in her care. When I arrived in room 5525, my mother looked rough, but this time there was an understandable reason. She had just been through an exhausting 24 hours. She had been transferred from Beauclair to emergency. She had undergone testing throughout the night. She had been moved through the hospital system, and she had finally been settled into a private room. She looked exhausted because she was exhausted. As I sat with her, something fortunate happened. A physician I had never met before entered the room. He spoke with me about what the testing had shown so far. The news was unexpectedly reassuring. Based on the results available at that point, he told me that my mother was in excellent shape internally. The major problem he was seeing was not an obvious acute medical crisis. It was mobility. After everything I had witnessed during the previous several weeks, that assessment was both comforting and difficult to process. Only days earlier, I had found my mother slumped over in her wheelchair, soiled, having vomited, and unable to attend an important medical appointment. Now I was being told that the testing performed at the hospital was, so far, reassuring. The doctor explained that some results were still pending, and promised that he would call me at home later that day once the remaining information was available. I thanked him. Then I looked at my mother. Regardless of what the test showed internally, one thing seemed obvious to me. She was in no condition to undergo another major hip surgery at that moment. I could not separate that thought from everything that had happened following her original surgery. On December 11th, my mother had walked into Queensway Carleton Hospital for what was expected to be a routine total hip replacement. She had been in substantially better physical condition then. What followed was an infection, repeated hospitalizations, multiple surgeries, intensive care, months of rehabilitation, and an extraordinarily difficult recovery. Now, looking at her lying exhausted in a hospital bed after months of decline in mobility, I could not imagine voluntarily placing her body through another major operation unless the specialists believed it was absolutely necessary and she was strong enough to withstand it. If someone had asked me at that moment whether another hip replacement should happen immediately, my answer would have been no. The risk simply felt too great. Before leaving the hospital, I placed a copy of my home care readiness plan on the table beside my mother's bed. I told her that if doctors, therapists, discharge planners, or other members of the hospital team wanted to review it, they were welcome to copy it. I wanted them to understand that home was not simply an idea I had mentioned casually. I had planned for it. I had considered the physical environment. I had mapped the room. I had considered equipment, transfers, transportation, nutrition, hygiene, professional support, and daily living. If the medical team eventually determined that my mother no longer required hospital-level care, I wanted home to be considered as a serious option. I then told my mother to rest and returned home. Later that evening, the doctor called as promised. The remaining information continued to be reassuring. Once again, I was told that medically, my mother appeared to be in very good condition based on the testing performed. She was exhausted. Her mobility was extremely limited. But the hospital was not identifying the kind of acute internal medical crisis I had feared. That was comforting. It was also confusing. For months I had trusted the process and watched my mother's functional condition gradually deteriorate. Now, after finally returning to hospital, extensive testing was apparently telling us that many of the things happening inside her body looked remarkably good. If that was true, then perhaps the problem we now faced was different from the one I had been fearing. Perhaps we were no longer primarily fighting an uncontrolled infection. Perhaps the next battle was rebuilding the woman who had been weakened by everything that came before. There was another important development. Dr. George Grammatopoulos personally visited my mother in the hospital after assessing her condition. He reached essentially the same conclusion I had reached when I saw her that morning. She was not currently in appropriate condition for another hip surgery. For me, that was significant. The question of another hip replacement had been hanging over virtually every appointment since the infection appeared to have been brought under control. For months, testing had been performed partly to determine whether reconstruction could eventually proceed. Now, the specialist responsible for that decision was saying that surgery should not happen yet. And strangely enough, I felt relieved. Another operation did not need to be forced simply because replacing the hip had once been the anticipated next step. Her body needed something else first: time, rest, nutrition, strength, rehabilitation, and a clearer understanding of what she could realistically recover without immediately exposing her to another major operation. The hospital proposed keeping her there for several more weeks. This made sense to me. Unlike the situation at Beauclair, she would no longer need to endure difficult trips across the city simply to obtain essential testing. If additional imaging, aspiration, blood work, or other investigations were required, she was already in the hospital. When necessary, she could be transported internally by stretcher, rather than having to be prepared for paratranspo, placed in a wheelchair, driven across Ottawa, undergo a procedure, and then make the return trip. After what had happened on both June 9th and July 6th, removing that transportation burden felt enormously important. The plan was therefore to use the next several weeks to investigate further, monitor her condition, and determine what her body was capable of before making another major decision. I was also given another piece of information that changed how I thought about her future. I was told that another hip replacement was not necessarily the only path toward regaining some mobility. Even without a conventional hip reconstruction at this stage, if my mother became stronger and participated in appropriate physiotherapy, it might still be possible for her to regain some functional mobility with the assistance of a walker. I understood that this would not be easy. After everything she had been through, even the idea of walking again seemed ambitious, but it mattered enormously to know that another major surgery was not necessarily the only route forward. For the first time, I began thinking seriously about a different recovery strategy. What if the immediate goal was not surgery? What if the immediate goal was simply to rebuild her, improve her nutrition, keep her properly hydrated, allow her to rest, review her medications carefully, build strength, begin appropriate physiotherapy, determine what mobility she could regain, and then reassess? That line of thinking brought me back to home care. If the hospital was correct that my mother's internal medical condition was stable, if infection was no longer the dominant problem, and if her primary challenges were now exhaustion, weakness, nutrition, and mobility, then I believed home could eventually become an important part of her recovery. I knew the work involved would be substantial. I was not underestimating that, but I also knew what I could provide. I could monitor her constantly. I could make sure she ate. I could make sure she drank. I could keep her engaged. I could coordinate her medications according to medical instructions. I could encourage movement and work alongside professional physiotherapy and home care services. Most importantly, I could give her something no institution could replicate completely: home, familiarity, routine, and someone beside her who knew exactly how much of herself she had lost over the previous 7 months, and how badly she wanted to regain some of it. I genuinely believed I could help bring some of that person back. For now, however, there was no need to rush. She was exactly where I wanted her to be. The hospital could continue testing. Dr. Grammatopoulos could continue monitoring her. She could rest without being repeatedly transported across the city. And I could visit regularly, speak with her every day, keep her spirits up, and gather as much information as possible. July 9th gave me something I had not felt in quite some time. Not certainty, but breathing room. Another surgery was no longer an immediate objective. Discharge was no longer being forced by an expiring convalescence period. Transportation to essential testing was no longer the obstacle it had become. For the next several weeks, the priority could simply be my mother. Her health, her strength, her nutrition, her mobility, her recovery. After 7 months of constantly chasing the next procedure, appointment, transfer, or decision, the change in priorities felt significant. Surgery could wait. First, we needed to rebuild Mom. July 28th, 2026. 3 more weeks. Then we talk about home. For almost 3 weeks after my mother was admitted to the Ottawa hospital, I settled into another routine. I spoke with her every day. I visited regularly, I watched, I listened, and above all, I paid attention. I wish I could say that during those weeks I saw the progress everyone kept telling me was happening. I did not. Nurses were encouraging. Physiotherapy continued. Doctors would come into the room, assess my mother, review portions of her case, and often tell us that she was progressing. I wanted desperately to believe them. But by this point, I had been beside my mother for almost 8 months. I knew what progress looked like. I also knew what decline looked like. And from my perspective, she was still declining. One of the challenges was continuity. The physicians caring for her seemed to rotate frequently. At times it felt as though I was meeting a new doctor every few days. Each physician appeared to be assessing the situation based on the information available at that particular moment. I understood the reality they were working within. The healthcare system was under tremendous pressure. Hospital staff were managing large numbers of patients, many of them elderly and medically complex. Doctors and nurses could not spend hours every day reconstructing the previous 8 months of one patient's life, but that created a problem in a case like my mother's. A snapshot is not the same thing as a timeline. A doctor could walk into her room, assess her vital signs, review recent laboratory results, speak with her briefly, and reasonably conclude that she appeared stable. I was looking at something different. I was looking at trajectory. I remembered the woman who walked into Queensway Carleton Hospital on December 11th. I remembered her condition after the infection appeared. I remembered intensive care. I remembered the surgeries. I remembered the improvements. I remembered when she began getting out of bed again. I remembered her days sitting upright in her wheelchair. I remembered the transition to convalescence. And I knew the woman I was now visiting in a hospital bed. Those were not isolated snapshots to me. They were one continuous story. And the direction of that story concerned me. Physiotherapy was being attempted regularly. One of the recurring difficulties appeared whenever staff tried to bring my mother upright or get her onto her feet. She became lightheaded and dizzy. That immediately limited what physiotherapy could accomplish. If she could not tolerate being upright, rebuilding strength and mobility became extraordinarily difficult. This became one of the issues I wanted explained. Was this simply profound deconditioning after months of illness and bed rest? Was it related to vertigo? Was medication contributing? Was there another cause? I did not know. But I knew the cycle was not working. My mother would remain in bed for long periods. Attempts would be made to bring her upright. She would become dizzy or lightheaded. The effort would stop. She would return to bed, and the cycle would begin again. Meanwhile, I could see something else happening. My mother was tired. Not simply physically tired. She seemed tired of the entire experience. This was an 81-year-old woman who had spent nearly 8 months moving through surgery, infection, emergency departments, intensive care, additional surgeries, hospital rooms, transitional care, convalescence, transportation appointments, diagnostic procedures, and then hospital care again. There is a human limit to how much of that someone can absorb. I increasingly felt that my mother was approaching hers. That frightened me more than almost anything else, because by this point, I was no longer thinking only about infection, laboratory values, imaging, or surgery. I was thinking about her will to keep going. I began asking myself whether continuing exactly as we had been continuing was really the safest choice, simply because it was the conventional one. The care she was receiving was not bad. That distinction is important. People were feeding her. Nurses were caring for her. Doctors were evaluating her. Physiotherapists were working with her. Tests were being performed. The problem, from my perspective, was that the overall pattern remained essentially unchanged. And if the pattern remained unchanged while my mother's functional condition continued declining, then at some point I had to question the pattern. My thoughts increasingly returned to home. By then, this was no longer an impulsive idea. I had already prepared extensively. I had developed the home care readiness plan. I had redesigned the room. I had obtained equipment. I had considered wheelchair access, transfers, toileting, nutrition, hydration, medication management, transportation, professional home care services, physiotherapy, nursing support, and emergency planning. Most importantly, I knew my mother. I knew the food she liked. I knew when she was behaving normally. I knew when something was wrong. I knew how to motivate her. I knew how to make her comfortable. And I could give her something that even an excellent hospital could not provide in the same way: her own home. By late July, I had reached a point where bringing her home no longer felt like the risky alternative. From my perspective, continuing indefinitely with the same pattern felt riskier. I wanted a serious conversation with the doctor, so I requested one. I was told that a physician would call me. On July 28th, that call came. The physician was Dr. Habiba. From the beginning, the conversation felt different. She was kind, knowledgeable, and willing to discuss the larger picture with me rather than simply provide a brief status update. She explained that my mother had undergone numerous investigations during her hospital stay. The results were reassuring. Despite how weak and exhausted my mother appeared physically, the testing had not identified a major new acute medical problem. In simple terms, I was once again hearing something that sounded almost contradictory. My mother looked profoundly debilitated, yet medically, many of her test results looked good. That distinction became extremely important. If there was no major active medical crisis driving her condition, then perhaps we needed to focus much more aggressively on the factors preventing her from rebuilding. I discussed the dizziness and lightheadedness that occurred whenever attempts were made to get her upright. During our conversation, Dr. Habiba agreed that vertigo could be an important part of what my mother was experiencing. That helped several pieces begin fitting together for me. After months of illness and prolonged periods in bed, my mother was struggling to tolerate changes in position and attempts at standing. Whether vertigo, deconditioning, medication effects, orthostatic symptoms, or some combination of factors was contributing, the practical consequence was the same. She could not remain upright long enough to rebuild mobility effectively. We also discussed my concerns about her medications. I wanted to understand exactly what she was receiving, why she was receiving it, and whether medications being used for symptoms such as headaches, dizziness, or nausea might also be contributing to sedation, reduced alertness, or poor appetite. I was particularly concerned about the cycle I believed I was observing. She would feel poorly. Medication would help control the symptom, but could also leave her sleepy. She would spend more time in bed. Her appetite and activity would remain limited. Then, attempts at physiotherapy would become even more difficult. I did not want to independently stop medications or substitute my judgment for medical advice. I wanted the opposite. I wanted a clear medication list, clear instructions, and a better understanding of what was essential and what could potentially be reviewed by her medical team as her circumstances changed. Nutrition was another major concern. My mother had lost enormous amounts of strength over the previous months. If we were going to rebuild her physically, she needed to eat, she needed fluids, she needed adequate nutrition, and she needed food she actually wanted to consume. At home, I believed I could play a much more active role in that. I could prepare healthier versions of food she enjoyed. I could monitor what she actually ate rather than simply whether a meal had been delivered. I could encourage fluids throughout the day. I could observe how medications affected her appetite and report those observations to her healthcare providers. I could gradually encourage her to spend more time upright, within whatever parameters physiotherapy and her physicians considered safe. Then I finally asked the question I had been building toward. Could I bring her home? I explained the plan. I explained the preparation. I explained that I understood how much work would be involved. I explained that I was not proposing removing her from medical care. The intention would be to bring medical and rehabilitation support into the home wherever possible, while I provided the continuous family care around it. To my surprise, Dr. Habiba did not dismiss the idea. She told me it was not necessarily a bad plan. She also made something very clear. It would be a tremendous amount of work. I already knew that. I had no illusion that bringing my mother home would suddenly make everything easy. There would be transfers, toileting, cleaning, meals, hydration, medication schedules, appointments, physiotherapy, professional home care visits, nighttime concerns, emergencies, and the constant responsibility of knowing that I was the person there when something changed. But I had thought about all of it. I was prepared to take that responsibility seriously. Then Dr. Habiba proposed a compromise. Give the hospital 1 more month. She paused, then reconsidered. 3 weeks. Give the hospital and physiotherapy team 3 more weeks to work with my mother. After that, we could have a serious discussion about bringing her home. I agreed, not because my concerns had disappeared, they had not, and not because I suddenly believed another 3 weeks would solve everything. I agreed because the proposal was reasonable. The hospital wanted 1 final concentrated period to see what its physiotherapy team could accomplish. I wanted my mother home, but I also wanted to demonstrate that I was willing to work with the healthcare system rather than against it. If 3 additional weeks of hospital-based rehabilitation could make her stronger, improve her transfers, increase her tolerance for sitting upright, or make home care safer, then those 3 weeks could ultimately benefit both of us. So we made the agreement. 3 more weeks, then we'd talk seriously about home. After the call, I spoke with my mother. I explained the conversation. She was excited by the possibility of coming home. She agreed to stick it out for the additional 3 weeks and continue working with the hospital team. For me, that changed something immediately. For the first time in months, we had a tangible destination, not another undefined waiting period, not another appointment somewhere in the future, not another vague promise to reassess later. 3 weeks. During those 3 weeks, I would continue doing exactly what I had been doing. I would call my mother every day. I would visit regularly. I would watch closely. I would encourage her. I would continue gathering information, and I would prepare. The hospital would have its opportunity to work with her. Then we would reassess together. I still believed deeply that home could give my mother something she had been missing: familiarity, individual attention, food she enjoyed, someone constantly watching her hydration and nutrition, a reason to get out of bed, a reason to participate, a reason to believe that life might eventually feel normal again. I did not believe I could replace doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, or professional home care workers. I did not want to. What I believed was that their expertise, combined with my constant presence and knowledge of my mother, could potentially accomplish more than either side could accomplish alone. After almost 8 months, I was no longer waiting for someone else to fix everything. I wanted to become an active part of the solution. July 28th therefore marked another important shift. The question was no longer simply whether my mother could recover enough to leave hospital. For the first time, we had begun discussing where that recovery might continue, and home was now genuinely on the table. 3 weeks. That was the agreement. For the hospital, it was 3 more weeks to see what rehabilitation could accomplish. For my mother, it was 3 more weeks to keep fighting. And for me, it was 3 more weeks to prepare for the possibility that the next major chapter of her recovery might finally begin at home. August 8th, 2026. The call we had been waiting for. On August 8th, I received a telephone call I was not expecting. It came from Dr. Syed, a physician who was new to me and part of the team currently caring for my mother at the Ottawa hospital. The timing immediately concerned me. It had been less than 2 weeks since my July 28th conversation with Dr. Habiba. During that conversation, we had agreed to give the hospital approximately 3 more weeks to continue working with my mother before seriously revisiting the possibility of bringing her home. We were still about a week away from that point. So when I realized a doctor was calling earlier than expected, my mind immediately went somewhere dark. After everything that had happened over the previous 8 months, unexpected telephone calls from hospitals had rarely been associated with good news. I prepared myself for whatever I was about to hear. Instead, I heard almost exactly the opposite. Dr. Syed explained that the medical team had reviewed my mother's condition and recent results. Her vital signs and medical testing were reassuring. Most importantly, I was told that the infection we had been fighting for so long was now considered cleared. She had been placed on a short final course of antibiotics, but the medical picture was sufficiently reassuring that the team was now looking beyond the infection and toward discharge. Then he told me something else. The team had reviewed my home care readiness plan, not simply glanced at it. They had gone through it in detail. The plan I had originally created as a contingency had now been reviewed by the people responsible for deciding whether my mother could safely leave the hospital. It described the home environment I had prepared, the room layout, transfers, equipment, transportation, daily care, professional support, and the practical realities of looking after her outside an institution. After reviewing my mother's medical condition together with that plan, the team had reached a unanimous decision. They were comfortable with my mother coming home under my care. For a moment, I could barely process what I was hearing. After everything we had been through, home was no longer an idea. It was no longer my backup plan. It was no longer something we might discuss after another few weeks. It had become the discharge plan. Dr. Syed explained that the hospital would prepare the necessary paperwork. They would arrange appropriate transportation home by stretcher rather than wheelchair. They would prepare her discharge medication list, instructions, and any necessary prescriptions. They would also provide guidance for continuing her care at home. Then came the part I was least prepared to hear. They could safely discharge her as early as Monday, 2 days away. If I was ready, they were ready. My whole body went numb. For months, I had been preparing for this possibility. I had measured, planned, moved furniture, obtained equipment, thought through transfers, considered hygiene, considered medication management, considered nutrition and hydration, considered transportation, considered emergencies. I had repeatedly imagined what an entire day caring for my mother at home would look like. Yet when somebody finally told me that it was actually going to happen, I could hardly believe it. There was also an enormous sense of urgency behind my relief. By this point, I had watched my mother become profoundly weak. Her appetite had deteriorated. Getting enough fluids into her had become increasingly difficult. There were periods when she appeared confused or seemed to experience hallucination-like episodes. She had endured almost 8 continuous months of medical trauma, institutional care, disrupted sleep, repeated procedures, changing environments, medications, transportation, rehabilitation attempts, and uncertainty. From my perspective as her son, she was reaching a point where something needed to change. I had believed that for some time. Now the medical team was giving us the opportunity to make that change. I did not view bringing her home as the end of medical care, nor did I believe that simply crossing the threshold of our home would somehow reverse everything that had happened. My mother remained extremely weak. She had major mobility limitations. She would require significant assistance. She would still need medical follow-up and professional support. And after everything her body had endured, recovery could not be rushed. But home would allow us to change the immediate priorities. First, I wanted her comfortable. I wanted her properly hydrated. I wanted to prepare nutritious foods she actually enjoyed and encourage her to eat again. I wanted her to sleep in her own bed. I wanted her surrounded by familiar things. I wanted to reduce unnecessary stress and give her body and mind an opportunity to recover from what had been an extraordinary 8 months. Mobility could come later. There would be no need, from my perspective, to immediately measure success by how quickly she could walk. Once she had regained some energy, we could work gradually alongside appropriate professional guidance on sitting upright, transfers, flexibility, strength, and eventually whatever level of mobility proved realistically achievable. But first I wanted my mother back. That was the immediate goal. After I hung up with Dr. Syed, I simply stood there for a moment. Almost 8 months earlier, on December 11th, my mother had walked into Queensway Carleton Hospital for what was supposed to be a routine right hip replacement. Nothing about the journey that followed had been routine. An infection, emergency visits, multiple surgeries, intensive care, the removal of her hip, heavy antibiotics, transitional care, convalescence, repeated hospital appointments, canceled procedures, episodes of reduced responsiveness, a return to hospital, months of rehabilitation, months of uncertainty, and throughout it all, one question kept changing forms. What happens to Mom next? On August 8th, for the first time, we had an answer. She was coming home. I immediately called her. Before calling me, the hospital team had already given her the news. She was crying, not from pain, not from fear. They were tears of joy. She could barely contain herself as she told me that they had said she could finally come home. After everything she had endured, I understood those tears completely. I was overwhelmed myself. We had spent so much time talking about home, planning for home, imagining home, wondering whether home would ever actually happen. Now we were approximately 48 hours away. Dr. Syed told me he would call again Monday morning so the hospital could finalize the arrangements and coordinate the discharge. That left me with one weekend. There was no longer anything theoretical about my home care readiness plan. It was about to become real. I needed to go through everything again: the room, the bed, the commode, the wheelchair, transfer space, supplies, food, hydration, medication organization, everything I could reasonably anticipate. I wanted Monday to be as calm as possible for her. For nearly 8 months, so much of my mother's life had been controlled by circumstances neither of us could control. Where she slept, when she moved, when she was transported, when she was tested, when she underwent surgery, when she ate, when she received medication, which facility she would be moved to next. On August 8th, that trajectory finally changed. The doctors had done their testing. The infection that had dominated so much of this story was, according to the medical team, cleared. Another hip surgery was not being forced while she remained so physically depleted. The hospital had reviewed the plan I had spent weeks preparing, and they believed home could be a safe next step. Now it was my turn. I knew bringing her home would be difficult. I knew there would be moments when I would need help. I knew there would be things I would have to learn. And I knew that love, determination, and preparation could never replace professional medical care when professional medical care was needed. But I also knew something else. Nobody knew my mother the way I did. Nobody had witnessed this entire 8-month journey from beginning to end the way I had. And nobody wanted to see her recover more than I did. For the first time in a very long time, I was not waiting for another hospital appointment. I was not waiting for another test. I was not waiting for another facility. I was preparing to bring my mother home. And when I heard her crying tears of joy on the telephone, I knew exactly how much that meant to her too. Monday could not come soon enough. August 10th, 2026. Now the real work begins. Monday finally came. On the morning of August 10th, as promised, Dr. Syed called. Everything was being arranged. The discharge paperwork, the prescriptions, the medication instructions, the transportation. After nearly 8 months of hospitals, surgeries, intensive care, transitional care, convalescence, appointments, tests, cancellations, transfers, setbacks, and waiting, there was suddenly very little left to discuss. My mother was coming home. I called her that morning. She was ready. The transportation was scheduled for approximately 4 p.m. And then I did something I had become very good at over the previous 8 months. I prepared. I went through everything again. Her room, her bed, her supplies, her equipment, the space around her, every last-minute detail I could think of. Except this time, I wasn't preparing for another appointment. I wasn't packing documents to accompany her across the city. I wasn't preparing for another meeting with another group of people deciding what happened next. I was preparing for Mom. 4 o'clock approached. I waited, and then the vehicle arrived. 2 medical transport attendants brought my mother inside. The moment she saw me, the tears started rolling down her face. I don't know if I will ever be able to adequately describe what I felt in that moment. I have experienced success in my life. I have made money. I have built businesses. I have accomplished things I once thought would be impossible. None of it came close. Someone could have handed me a check for $100 million at that exact moment, and I genuinely do not believe it would have produced the feeling I experienced watching those 2 men bring my mother home. Because this wasn't money. This wasn't business. This wasn't an achievement that could be measured on a scoreboard. This was Mom, and she was home. For months, I had watched her move farther and farther away from the woman who had walked into the hospital on December 11th. Hospital room after hospital room, facility after facility, bed after bed. There had always been another destination, another procedure, another test, another decision, another wait, but not this time. There was nowhere else to take her. They brought her upstairs. They brought her into the room I had spent so much time planning, and they placed her in her own bed. Then they left. For the first time in almost 8 months, there were no nurses outside the door, no hospital corridor, no call bell attached to an institutional wall, no medical transportation waiting to take her somewhere else, no unfamiliar ceiling above her. She was home. Mom looked around the room. There was the new Lazy Boy recliner I had purchased for her, her new wheelchair, a new large-screen television, the equipment she would need, the comforts I wanted her to have, the familiar surroundings she had been separated from for so long. And she cried, not quietly. She cried the kind of tears that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than emotion. I sat beside her. There wasn't much to say. So for about 10 minutes, I simply stayed there while my 81-year-old mother looked around her own bedroom and cried tears of joy. I had spent months trying to solve problems, making calls, sending emails, attending meetings, following ambulances and medical transportation, reading, researching, documenting, questioning, waiting, planning, replanning, trying to understand what was happening while simultaneously trying to figure out what should happen next. But sitting beside Mom in that room, none of those individual battles seemed particularly important anymore. We had made it home. I felt something that I can only describe as pride, not the kind of pride that comes from proving somebody wrong, something much more personal. I had made my mother a promise, even if much of that promise had existed only inside my own head. I was going to get her home, and somehow after everything I had, I felt as though I had rescued her. Maybe that isn't the language a medical professional would use. Maybe it isn't even entirely rational. But memoirs are supposed to tell the truth about what something felt like, and that is what it felt like. I had gotten Mom out. She was free, and for those few minutes I allowed myself to feel every bit of it. Then I put a pizza in the oven. After everything we had been through, apparently our great homecoming celebration was going to involve pizza. It was perfect. Mom's sister Louise, my aunt, whom I call Tante Lou, lives in the same building. She had been an important part of this journey from the beginning, visiting Mom, supporting us, worrying alongside me, and experiencing many of the highs and lows herself. We invited her upstairs. When she arrived and saw her sister lying comfortably in her own room, the tears started again. More waterworks, more joy, more disbelief that after all these months, Francine was actually home. Then we called Mom's best friend, Patricia. She lives in the building too. Another emotional conversation. Another person who had been waiting for this moment. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, something occurred to me. We were all here. Mom, me, Tante Lou, Patricia. Different apartments, but the same building. After months in which Mom had been surrounded largely by people whose relationship with her necessarily came from their profession, she was now surrounded by people whose relationship with her came from love. Her people were here, and we were all pulling for her. It was beautiful. I wish I could end this chapter there. It would certainly make for a prettier ending. Mom comes home. Everyone cries. We eat pizza. Fade to black. But that would not be the truth, because once the emotions settled and I began looking carefully at the woman lying in that bed, the enormity of what came next became impossible to ignore. Mom was in terrible shape. She was profoundly weak. Eating was difficult. Drinking enough was difficult. Her mobility was almost non-existent. She had spent an extraordinary amount of time in bed. She had endured surgeries, infection, medications, institutional care, physical deterioration, disrupted routines, and nearly 8 months of uncertainty. Whatever terminology anyone else might have used to describe her condition, I knew what I saw. My mother was extraordinarily fragile, and I was frightened by how far she had declined. For some time, I had privately believed that if the same trajectory continued, we might eventually run out of time. I couldn't prove that. I couldn't put a number on it, and I wasn't a doctor. But I had been beside her for almost 8 months. I remembered the woman who walked into the hospital. I knew the woman who had just been carried into our home. The difference between those two images was staggering, and now she was my responsibility. That realization could have terrified me. Maybe part of me was terrified, but another part of me felt something completely different. Relief. Because for the first time I could directly control many of the small things I had spent months worrying about. I could make sure she had water beside her. I could prepare food she actually wanted to eat. I could monitor what she consumed. I could help her sit upright gradually. I could make sure she was clean and comfortable. I could organize her medications according to the discharge instructions. I could let her rest when she needed rest. I could encourage her when she needed encouragement. And when something required professional medical care, I could seek it. I wasn't under any illusion that becoming Mom's caregiver somehow made me a physician. It didn't. There were things I didn't know. There would be things I would have to learn. There would be professional support we would need. Undoubtedly be moments when I would need to pick up the phone and ask for help. But there were also things no medical degree could give me. I knew my mother. I knew what she liked to eat. I knew when something about her seemed different. I knew how she communicated when she was tired. I knew how to make her laugh. I knew when she was scared, even when she pretended she wasn't. And after nearly 8 months beside her, I knew her story, all of it. There was another enormous advantage I could not ignore. Time. Through circumstances I was extraordinarily grateful for, the businesses I had built gave me financial stability and control over my schedule. I did not have to leave Mom every morning and report to a job. I did not have to choose between earning a paycheck and being beside her. I could organize my life around caring for her, all day if necessary, every day if necessary. I understood what a privilege that was, and I intended to use it. Was I angry about parts of what had happened? Absolutely. There were things I had witnessed over those 8 months that I would probably question for the rest of my life. There were moments when I believed communication had failed. Moments when I believed I should have trusted my instincts sooner. Moments when I wondered how differently things might have unfolded if certain decisions had been made earlier. But anger was useless to me now. Mom needed the energy that anger would consume. So I made a decision. Whatever questions I carried about the past could wait. My mother could not. My focus was no longer on what had happened to her, My focus was on what I could do for her next, and my ambitions went beyond simply keeping her comfortable. I wanted improvement. First came the fundamentals: hydration, nutrition, rest, comfort, familiar surroundings, human connection. Then when her body was ready, we could begin working carefully on sitting upright for longer periods. Movement, flexibility, transfers, strength, and eventually, with appropriate professional guidance, whatever mobility her body was capable of recovering. Maybe I was overly confident. Maybe there were limits ahead that I did not yet understand. Maybe this would become far harder than anything I was imagining while standing in that room. Probably. But after everything I had witnessed, I was willing to take that challenge. In fact, as strange as it sounds, part of me was excited by it. Not because I wanted the responsibility, not because I wanted Mom to be sick, and certainly not because I believed I could magically undo 8 months of medical trauma. I was excited because for the first time in a very long time, I felt like I could do something tangible every single day to help. No waiting for the next appointment, no waiting for somebody to return my call, no waiting for another facility to make another decision. Wake up, look after Mom, learn, adjust. Try again tomorrow. That I could do. As painful as the previous 8 months had been, there was something strangely beautiful about them too. I would never have chosen this experience. I would never wish it upon another family. But life is not made entirely from the experiences we choose. Sometimes life arrives without asking permission. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it terrifies you. Sometimes it forces you into roles you never imagined occupying. And sometimes somewhere inside all that suffering, you discover moments of love so overwhelming that you would not trade having experienced them. Watching my mother come through that door was one of those moments. Sitting beside her while she cried in her own bedroom was another. Seeing her sister walk in was another. Hearing her best friend's voice was another. For one evening, after almost 8 months of uncertainty, the people who loved Francine could stop wondering where she was going next. She was exactly where she wanted to be. Home. But this story does not end with me pretending everything was suddenly okay. It wasn't. Mom was weak. I was inexperienced. The road ahead was uncertain. There would be difficult days. There would be mistakes. There would be fear. There would probably be moments when I questioned whether I had taken on more than one person could handle. And there would certainly be things beyond my ability that would require doctors, nurses, therapists, and other professionals. I knew all of that. But I also knew what 8 months had taught me. When something goes wrong, you get up. When the plan fails, you make another plan. When you don't understand, you learn. When you need help, you ask. When you're frightened, you keep moving anyway. And when somebody you love can no longer fight the way they once could, sometimes you fight beside them. On December 11th, 2025, my mother walked into the hospital. On August 10th, 2026, she came home on a stretcher. Those 2 images will probably remain with me for the rest of my life. They mark the beginning and end of one extraordinary chapter in both of our lives. But lying in her own bed that evening, surrounded by familiar walls and people who loved her, Mom wasn't at the end of her story. And neither was I. I looked at what lay ahead of us. The meals, the water, the medications, the cleaning, the transfers, the exercises, the appointments, the sleepless nights that would probably come, the victories I hoped would come with them, and an 81-year-old woman who had somehow made it through everything that had happened since December. I didn't know how far I could bring her back. I didn't know what recovery would ultimately look like. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring. But for the first time in almost 8 months, I knew exactly where I needed to be. Right there, beside Mom. She was home. And now, the real work begins. Epilogue. The things I know now. I don't know how this story ends. That may seem like a strange thing to say at the end of an audiobook, but it is the truth. As I write these words, my mother is home. She is 81 years old. She is extraordinarily weak. She has been through more in 8 months than most people should have to endure in a lifetime. And tomorrow morning, I will wake up and begin again. There will be water to give her, food to prepare, medications to organize, cleaning, changing, repositioning, encouragement, rest, eventually exercises, hopefully strength, maybe one day steps, I don't know. And for perhaps the first time during this entire journey, I am okay saying that. Because if these 8 months taught me anything, it is that we know far less about tomorrow than we pretend we do. On December 11th, 2025, I thought I knew what tomorrow looked like. My mother would have her hip replaced. She would recover. Life would continue. I was wrong. Then there were other moments when I thought I knew what tomorrow looked like. The infection had been found. Now we could fix it. Another surgery had been performed. Now we could move forward. A specialist had taken over. Now we were finally on the right track. The infection appeared to be gone. Now rehabilitation could begin. Another test was scheduled. Now we would get the answer. Again and again, I learned the same lesson. Life does not owe us the next scene we have written in our heads. It simply arrives. And then we decide what to do with it. There are many things I could take away from this experience. I could write about healthcare. I could write about communication. I could write about hospitals, rehabilitation facilities, convalescence, staffing, medical transportation, home care, or the complicated machinery surrounding an aging population. There are lessons in all of those things, important ones, but the deepest lessons were much more personal. I learned that you can respect medical professionals and still ask questions. You can trust expertise without surrendering your own ability to observe. You can disagree without becoming combative. You can advocate without treating everyone around you like an enemy. And you can change your mind when new information tells you that you should. I learned the importance of documentation. Write things down. Dates matter. Names matter. What somebody told you matters. What happened before matters. When a medical journey becomes complicated, memory alone is not enough. Every new person who enters the story may be seeing your loved one for the first time. They may be excellent at what they do. They may be compassionate. They may genuinely want to help, but they have arrived in the middle of the movie. You have been there since the opening scene. Help them understand what came before. I learned that communication can become a form of care. Sometimes the most useful thing you can do is connect two people who should already be speaking to each other. Sometimes it is forwarding an email. Sometimes it is bringing a document. Sometimes it is asking whether somebody has seen the results from another hospital. Sometimes it is repeating the same story for the 20th time because the 20th person needs to hear it too. It can be exhausting. Do it anyway. I learned something about intuition, too. This one is more difficult. There were moments during these 8 months when something inside me said that things were not right. Sometimes I acted on it. Sometimes I convinced myself that the professionals knew more than I did and that I should simply trust the process. And sometimes I later wished I had spoken sooner. That does not mean intuition should replace medicine. It shouldn't. A feeling is not a diagnosis. Fear is not evidence. Google is not a medical degree. But when you have known somebody for decades and you are watching them closely every day, your observations have value. If something looks wrong, say so. If the answer doesn't make sense, ask again. If the person you love seems different from yesterday, mention it. You do not need to know what is wrong to know that something has changed. I learned that persistence does not have to be loud. Some of the most important things I accomplished during this journey happened because I made one more call, sent one more email, asked one more question, showed up one more time, requested one more meeting, prepared one more document, followed up after hearing nothing, then followed up again. There is a difference between being difficult and being difficult to ignore. When someone you love can no longer manage a complicated system alone, becoming difficult to ignore may be one of the greatest gifts you can give them. I also learned something I was not prepared for. One day, if you are fortunate enough to have your parents for a long time, you may discover that the relationship has quietly changed. I am still Francine's son. I always will be. She is still Mom. That will never change. But somewhere during these 8 months, I became responsible for things she once would have handled for me: safety, transportation, meals, appointments, paperwork, questions, decisions, comfort, reassurance. I don't remember the exact moment when that happened. There was no ceremony. Nobody handed me a document announcing that the roles had changed. Life simply required it. So I did it. Perhaps that is what caregiving really is, not one heroic decision, thousands of ordinary ones. Did she drink enough? Did she eat? Is she comfortable? When was that medication given? Does she need changing? Can she sit up a little longer today? Does something seem different? Should I call someone? Should I let her sleep? Should I push? Should I back off? What does she need from me right now? Then you wake up the next morning and ask them all again. Before this happened, I probably would have imagined caregiving as something primarily physical. I know differently now. Caregiving is attention. It is noticing. It is remembering. It is patience when you are exhausted. It is remaining calm when the person you love is frightened. It is researching something at 2 a.m. because you don't understand it. It is learning skills you never expected to need. It is making decisions while wondering whether you are making the right ones. And sometimes it is simply sitting beside somebody so they know they are not alone. There's another lesson I hesitate to share because I do not want it misunderstood. This experience was beautiful, not what happened to my mother. I would erase her suffering in an instant if I could. I would trade every lesson in this story to give her back the morning of December 11th and let everything unfold differently. But since I cannot do that, I can acknowledge something else that is also true. There was beauty inside the suffering. There was beauty in watching people care. There was beauty in seeing my Aunt Louise beside her sister. There was beauty in the phone calls. There was beauty in tiny improvements that would have meant nothing to anyone outside our world. There was beauty in holding Mom's hand when she was frightened. There was beauty in hearing her laugh during periods when laughter had become rare. There was extraordinary beauty in watching her come home. Life is not beautiful because suffering exists. Life is beautiful because somehow, even when suffering exists, love continues to appear inside it. That may be the part of this journey I remember most. Not the hospital rooms, not the paperwork, not the transportation, not even the surgeries. The people, the moments, the love. And maybe that is why I ultimately decided this case history should become a book. I originally documented everything because I needed people involved in my mother's care to understand what had happened. Eventually, I realized there might be another person who needed to understand it too. You. Maybe your mother is healthy. Maybe your father is. Maybe the people you love are nowhere near the age when conversations like these become necessary. Good. Enjoy that. Call them. Visit them. Listen to the story you've heard 100 times. Let them tell it again. There may come a day when you would give almost anything to hear it one more time. Maybe you are already living some version of this story. Maybe you are sitting beside a hospital bed while listening to these words. Maybe you are the person making the calls. Maybe you are trying to understand terminology you had never heard before. Maybe you are exhausted. Maybe you are angry. Maybe you are frightened. Maybe everyone around you seems to know one piece of the puzzle, while you are desperately trying to see the whole thing. If so, I will not tell you that everything is going to be okay. I don't know that. Nobody does. But I will tell you what I wish somebody had told me at the beginning. Pay attention, write things down, ask questions, be respectful, be persistent, listen to the professionals, learn everything you reasonably can, and never forget that your observations matter too. Most importantly, remember the person underneath the patient. Hospitals need charts. Doctors need test results. Facilities need care plans. Systems need procedures. All of those things are necessary, but the person lying in that bed is still somebody's mother, somebody's father, somebody's husband, somebody's wife, somebody's brother, somebody's sister, somebody's best friend. Somebody loves them beyond anything that can be recorded in a medical chart. In my case, her name is Francine. She is my mother. And for 8 months, I watched her endure something neither of us could have imagined when she walked into that hospital. I don't know what the coming weeks will bring. I don't know what the coming months will bring. Maybe Mom will surprise everyone. I certainly intend to give her every opportunity to. Maybe recovery will look different from what I hope. I've learned enough by now to respect that possibility too. But tonight, none of those answers exist yet. Tonight, Mom is home. Her room is ready. Her family is nearby. And tomorrow morning, when she opens her eyes, I will be there. There is something wonderfully ordinary about that. After 8 months of extraordinary circumstances, perhaps ordinary is exactly what we needed. This story began with a woman walking into a hospital. It ends with a son sitting beside his mother at home. Everything that happens next belongs to another story. For now, this one is enough. Mom is home. Acknowledgements. First and always Mom, Francine. There would be no story without you, but more importantly, there would be no me without you. I watched you endure more over these 8 months than I ever imagined one person could endure. There were moments when you were frightened, moments when you were exhausted, moments when you were angry, moments when you had every reason in the world to give up. And somehow through all of it, you kept going. I know there were times when I pushed, times when I asked another question when you probably wished everyone would simply leave you alone. Times when I made another phone call, arranged another appointment, showed up with another plan, or told you that we had to keep moving forward when you were tired of moving anywhere at all. Thank you for trusting me. Being your son has always been something I could take for granted because it was simply part of my life. This experience changed that. I understand the privilege differently now. I love you, Mom, and I'm very glad you're home. To my younger brother, Alain, we experienced this journey differently, as brothers sometimes do, but there was never any question about how much you loved Mom. Throughout everything that happened, you remained part of her world. You called her regularly. You visited her on Sundays. And I know how much she looked forward to hearing your voice and seeing you walk through the door. Those moments mattered to her. During months when so much of Mom's life revolved around hospitals, procedures, medications, rehabilitation, and uncertainty, a phone call from her son was not a medical event. A Sunday visit from her son was not part of a care plan. It was simply her boy coming to see his mom. And sometimes that kind of normality was exactly what she needed. I also knew that while I was immersed in the day-to-day details of Mom's care, you trusted your older brother to keep pushing things forward and to be there when decisions had to be made. I never took that trust lightly. We're her 2 sons. We may carry things differently, but we were both pulling for the same person. Mom, thank you for continuing to remind her week after week, that both of her boys were still there. To my Aunt Louise, my Tante Lou, you were there. Those 3 words may be the simplest and most accurate way I can describe what your presence meant throughout this journey. You visited your sister, you worried about her, you worried about me, you listened, you helped, you showed up. And when Mom finally came home, you were only an elevator ride away. There are experiences that make family feel less like a word and more like something tangible. This was one of them. Thank you for walking through it with us. To Patricia, Mom's best friend, and to the friends and family members who called, visited, checked in, encouraged her, asked about her, and reminded her that there was still an entire world outside whichever hospital or facility happened to surround her at the time. Thank you. Those connections mattered more than you probably realized. I also want to acknowledge the medical professionals who carried enormous responsibility at different points in this story. To Dr. George Grammatopoulos and his team at the Ottawa Hospital, thank you for taking on an extraordinarily complicated situation when we desperately needed expertise, direction, and another path forward. There are moments from this journey that I will remember for the rest of my life, and knowing that Mom's case had reached the hands of people prepared to confront its complexity gave me hope during one of its darkest periods. To Natalie Bedard, thank you for being one of the important lines of communication between Dr. Grammatopoulos' office and me. Every returned message, appointment update, and piece of coordination mattered, because communication became such an essential part of keeping Mom's care moving forward. To Dr. Habiba, thank you for listening. Our conversation on July 28th mattered enormously to me. You did not dismiss the possibility of home simply because it would be difficult. You listened to what I was proposing, acknowledged the work it would require, and helped create a path toward seriously considering it. That conversation gave me something I badly needed at that point in the journey, a direction. To Dr. Syed and the medical team caring for Mom during the final stage of her hospitalization, thank you for taking the time to review the home care readiness plan and consider the entire picture. When I received the call telling me that the team had reviewed the plan together and believed Mom could safely come home under my care, you gave both of us something we had been hoping for throughout this journey. You gave us home. To the physicians, surgeons, nurses, personal support workers, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, social workers, coordinators, medical transport teams, diagnostic staff, and countless other healthcare professionals whose names may not appear in this story, thank you. Some of you knew Mom for months, some for weeks, some for days, some perhaps for only a few minutes, but each of you entered our lives during a period when we needed help. I know the system you work within can be demanding. I know there are too many patients, too few hours, competing priorities, emergencies that cannot wait, and circumstances families on the outside may never fully understand. This story contains moments when I questioned what was happening. It contains moments when I disagreed. It contains frustration. It contains fear. And it contains times when I believed communication or care could have been better. But none of that erases the compassion and professionalism we encountered along the way. There were nurses who treated my mother with extraordinary kindness. There were doctors who took time to explain things when they could easily have rushed away. There were people who helped clean her, feed her, reposition her, transport her, encourage her, test her, treat her, and keep her comfortable. There were people working behind the scenes whose names I never learned. I am grateful to all of you. To the teams at Queensway Carleton Hospital, the Ottawa Hospital, West End Villa, Carling View Manor, Extended Care Beauclair, and Ontario Health at Home, Thank you for the roles you played throughout different stages of Mom's journey. Our experience was complicated, sometimes extraordinarily complicated, but within every institution were individual human beings trying to help another human being. I will remember that. I also want to acknowledge something less obvious. Everyone who listened to me talk about Mom during these 8 months, because I talked about her a lot. There were days when this journey consumed almost every thought I had. Sometimes I needed advice. Sometimes I needed information. Sometimes I needed another perspective. And sometimes I simply needed somewhere to put everything that was going through my head so I could organize it and keep moving. To everyone who gave me that space, thank you. Finally, I want to acknowledge the person listening to this. You did not know my mother when you began this audiobook. Maybe you still feel as though you don't, but you now know something about what she endured. You know something about the woman who walked into a hospital on December 11th, expecting a new hip, and eventually returned home almost 8 months later on a stretcher. And you know something about the people who surrounded her along the way. By listening to her story, you have become one more person who knows what happened to Francine. That means something to me. If her story causes you to ask one more question for somebody you love, make one more phone call, document one more conversation, pay closer attention, or simply sit beside someone who needs you, then something meaningful will have come from sharing our experience. There are many people I could thank for helping us reach August 10th. But ultimately, there is one person I want to return to. Mom, you made it home. Now let's see what we can do. About the author. Felix Grayson is the pen name of Joseph Mark Lalonde, an author, entrepreneur, publisher, and lifelong believer in the power of reinvention. For years, audiences have known him simply as Felix. Under the Felix Grayson name, Joseph has written and published books spanning personal development, human performance, history, science, technology, sports, culture, and other subjects driven by one common thread: curiosity. His books have reached readers around the world, but until now, the man behind the name has largely remained behind the curtain. She walked into the hospital changed that. Born and raised in Canada, Joseph's professional life has rarely followed a conventional path. A self-taught web developer, he built a successful technology career before eventually moving into entrepreneurship, education, publishing, and online business. Over the years, he has built companies, created educational programs, led large organizations, written extensively, and experienced both extraordinary success and extraordinary setbacks. Through all of it, one characteristic has remained constant. When Joseph doesn't understand something, he learns. When something stops working, he looks for another way. And when life knocks him down, eventually he gets back up. Those instincts would take on an entirely different meaning beginning in December 2025 when his mother, Francine, entered the hospital for what was expected to be a routine hip replacement. For nearly 8 months, Joseph became immersed in a world he had never expected to know so intimately. Hospitals, surgeries, infection, rehabilitation, convalescence, medical transportation, home care, specialists, appointments, case conferences, and the complicated realities of advocating for an aging parent. What began as careful documentation of his mother's medical journey eventually became She Walked into the Hospital, his first deeply personal memoir. It is also the first Felix Grayson book in which Joseph has chosen to publicly step out from behind his pen name. He continues to write and publish as Felix Grayson and expects that name to remain on books for many years to come. But Felix is no longer quite as mysterious as he once was. Behind the name is Joseph Mark Lalonde, Most people simply call him Mark. And if you finish this book, you already know the most important thing about him. He's Francine's son.